Good morning, everyone. It's May 11th, 2023. I'd like to call the business meeting of the Governing Board of the South Florida Water Management District to order. We are in beautiful Naples, Florida today, and the first item on the agenda, as always, is the Pledge of Allegiance. I'd like to ask our Collier County representative, Charlotte Rowan, to lead us in the pledge. Well, thanks very much, Charlotte. Appreciate that. And good morning, everyone, and welcome to Naples. It's nice to be here. Mr. Martinez, Mr. Steinley, and Vice Chair Wagner are all going to be missing this meeting. And as you can see, some of us are wearing purple today. Some of us tried, didn't quite get there. We're doing so in support of Water Reuse Week, which is recognized May 14th through May 20th of this year. So reclaimed water is typically delivered through purple-colored pipes. That's why we are wearing purple. When reclaimed water is used, it eases the demand on traditional, often limited sources of water. There's a resolution supporting Water Reuse Week on the consent agenda, and it's item number 22. This meeting is going to be live streamed today. When we hold board meetings off-site, we don't have the capacity for virtual public comment. So the district opened a public comment period for the public and stakeholders to provide written comment in advance of today's meeting, and we did not receive any e-comments. Those who are here in person may comment by filling out a card available at the welcome desk and giving it to staff. Board members, as always, I'm going to ask that you make sure your microphone is on and you please speak into the mic so online attendees can hear us. If you turn your head while you're speaking, drag the mic with you so they can keep hearing you. Please try and get as close to the mic as possible. As a courtesy to others, those who wish to speak, members of the public, are asked to comment only once on each topic. Colonel Roman, my drive here today was much shorter than usual, so I really appreciate that. I also thank you for hosting this meeting as our board member. I also want to thank the Conservancy of Southwest Florida for allowing us to use this beautiful campus, this beautiful room here today. If you haven't already, I encourage you to visit the Dalton Discovery Center before you leave today, and everyone please feel free to join the walk to view the marsh area that we'll be doing during our lunch break. Since we're in the big Cypress Basin area, we thought we would show a short video of what the Basin Service Center and Field Station are tasked with. Our dedicated basin staff works every day to restore and protect Southwest Florida's ecosystem, provide flood protection, and meet the region's water needs. So we're going to watch this video about the Big Cypress Basin.
Hello, I'm Jennifer Smith, the Chief of Staff for the South Florida Water Management District. The Big Cypress Basin is one of two major watersheds within the South Florida Water Management District, and our basin staff are working every day to ensure an excellent quality of life for hundreds of thousands of area residents. The person leading this effort is our Basin Administrator, Lisa Keeler.
Hi, I'm Lisa Keeler, and this wonderful place on Florida's southwest coast is my home. I am exceptionally proud of the staff and the critical work we do here at BCB, and today, I'm in front of the field station, the heart of the basin. This is where our technicians, mechanics, equipment operators, electricians, and more begin their days. They have a big job in a big area. Collier County is one of the fastest growing counties in the state of Florida. And as more people move to the area, more focus is put on water management. Established in 1976, the Big Cypress Basin includes all of Collier County and a small portion of mainland Monroe County. Within these boundaries, a network of 134 miles of canals and 34 water control structures provide flood protection and water supply. Our staff work day in and day out to ensure that our infrastructure is operated and maintained properly. Moving water is central to Big Cypress Basin's mission of flood control. We implement long-range plans for repairing, refurbishing, and upgrading canals and water control structures to meet the needs of a rapidly growing community. There are so many projects that are advancing. From canal improvements to water quality projects, to restoring important habitats, to upgrading infrastructure, the staff at the Big Cypress Basin are working every day to make a positive impact. Recently, we held a ribbon cutting for an upgraded water control structure project to improve flood protection and regional water management. The improved structure will enhance the ecosystem in the Big Cypress Basin, Corkscrew Swamp Sanctuary, and the Corkscrew Regional Ecosystem Watershed, better known as CREW. This project helps with hydration in CREW by enabling water managers to respond quickly to rainfall events to keep more water in the swamp while protecting neighborhood communities from flooding. We build and upgrade many water control structures because they ensure and manage water flow, improve flood protection, and enhance operational flexibility. While most of this infrastructure is in neighborhoods, by major roads, and near businesses, crews from the BCB are also responsible for operating the new massive pump stations that are restoring the Picayune Strand Forest. This critical Everglades restoration project will restore more than 55,000 acres of native wetlands by improving sheet flow for rehydration. In the 1960s, more than 85 square miles in western Collier County were drained for a failed real estate development called Southern Golden Gate Estates. All this construction negatively impacted this native habitat. Now, new pump stations are restoring the natural flow of water, wildlife is coming back, and native plants are reestablishing themselves. This project is a partnership with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers and is expected to be completed by 2025.
Every day, our dedicated team works to restore and protect Southwest Florida's ecosystem, provide flood protection, and continue to ensure a reliable water supply. Make sure you follow the South Florida Water Management District's social media channels, including Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and LinkedIn, and visit our website at sfwmd.gov/BCB for the most up-to-date information. On behalf of the South Florida Water Management District and the Big Cypress Basin, thank you for being here today.
Thanks for that nice video, and thanks for all the BCB does. And I don't know if there are any BCB board members here, but if you are, thank you very much for all you do, and Charlotte, you as well. We're going to turn now to public comment, and the first public comment is going to be from our host, Rob Moher, from the Conservancy of Southwest Florida.
Push, there we go. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Western Everglades and the Conservancy of Southwest Florida on this beautiful Florida day. It really is an honor to host the governing board of the South Florida Water Management District, the staff, our conservation partners, and the public. It is the reason why Lester Norris, about 60 years ago, decided to found the Conservancy and create a space where the public could come together with decision makers and solve problems. That was why this original auditorium was built. And a couple of just neat things while you're in this room, you might notice the beautiful wood surrounding you. That's Pecky cypress. And that wood has been recycled. We're in water recycling, I know, and reuse month. But this Pecky cypress has been reused 5 times. This wood used to be in the cottage of Julius Fleshman that owned all the land around here. And it has been repurposed 5 times. So I always say if these walls could talk, they'd have some great stories to tell. It's an honor also to have our Senate President, Kathleen Passidomo, with us, all of our elected officials. She's been hard at work. I'm going to just make a comment on that hard work in a moment. But the history, you brought up the history of CREW in the video, and these amazing land sheds, these landscapes that have been protected and has been stewarded and sustained. What some people may not know is the Conservancy back in the 1980s actually pitched the idea to the Basin District to basically save the Gordon River Swamp. And the Basin Board worked under the Save Our Rivers program at the time. And we pitched the idea to the district. And it was from that idea to protect the Horseshoe Marsh and the Flint Pen areas. That's what became CREW today. And the district took that ball and ran with it. And so I think the history of conservation groups partnering with the district is really rich in this area. And whether it's Picayune Strand or CREW, I think there's a lot of pride to be shared there. But fast forward to today, and we are about to celebrate our 60th anniversary here at the Conservancy. But a lot has changed, obviously, as well in those 60 years. And one thing that we've learned in the past year especially, and all the residents here understand this, is that never have our natural resources been more important to the well-being of this community than right now. We saw that firsthand 7 months ago when Hurricane Ian slammed into this coast. The role of wetlands, of mangrove forests, of these uplands that can store and slow down water. Nature is our best defense. It is defending this community, and that is why every acre of wetland matters. Every acre of mangrove needs to be protected and restored. And we need to build up that amazing capacity we still have left on this coast that other coasts probably wish they had more of those mangrove forests today as we look at the threats of climate change. Hurricane Ian taught us a lot, taught the Conservancy, this community a lot. And we know that 1 acre of wetlands stores 1.5 million gallons of water, and it treats that water for free. So when we look at common sense, tax-efficient solutions, I can't really think of a better one than saving those wetlands that we have remaining in those mangrove forests that we have here. Your district has done an incredible job of stewarding these resources, and we've seen after Ian that the effort and the significance of what the state is attempting to do to really invest in land acquisition at a scale that has never been accomplished before. And I just want to thank our Senate President for leading that charge because, you know, $500 million investment to buy up this land forever for Florida Panthers, for Florida Water Recharge, for the balance in our community so we still have agricultural lands and open lands and natural lands while we grow as a community is absolutely essential and something the Conservancy has been advocating for many years. But last but certainly not least, I just want to put a last note on another visitor to our area that has become very well established, and that's the Burmese python. And the district is no stranger to the work on trying to contain. I don't think we're ever going to get rid of the Burmese python at this point, but containing it. And I just want to thank the district because you have made investment 2 years ago to partner with the Conservancy. And what you have helped us do is track the juvenile pythons. And why does that matter? Because today, no one can tell you how many snakes out of a clutch actually survive. And so if anyone is trying to figure out how many pythons are there in the Everglades, no one can actually tell you today. So through those investments, through 10 years of hard work, the Conservancy has created one of the most significant science-based research and removal programs in the United States. And we did that in partnership with the state of Florida. We did that in partnership with the Florida Fish and Wildlife Foundation, in partnership with the district, with private philanthropists in our community, the Naples Zoo. So it's all in for the Conservancy on the Burmese python. And that is because if we're going to spend $16 billion to restore the Everglades, I'd like it, and I know you would like it, to be an Everglades that's dynamic and full of life. Not a beautiful Everglades that's a river of grass, but devoid of life. So we thank you for your service. We thank you for everyone being here. And once again, on behalf of the Conservancy of Southwest Florida, thank you for partnering with us and for leading the charge to protect our ecosystems, advance Everglades restoration, make sure we have water and nature has water. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Rob, for your hospitality. As Rob alluded, we can't do any of our work without a great partnership with our friends in Tallahassee, and we have great friends in Tallahassee, and one of them is a local, a Collier County resident, and our Senate President, and we're really honored to have you here. If you'd like to say something, Senate President Passidomo, please do.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to say I made a tour here yesterday, and it was extremely impressive to see the technology and advancements that is helping us achieve our goal on removing the python, which is invasive, which is destroying the natural food chain, which you can't have a natural environment without a natural food chain. But very impressive on how they're proceeding with hunting these snakes. And I think the more we collaborate and support them, it'll help our python teams, whether it's the FWC or South Florida Water Management. We have somewhere about 100 hunters out there trying to gain on the python. So really want to compliment you, Rob, and Southwest Conservancy for what you're doing.
Thanks. Senator Passidomo?
Good morning, and thank you for inviting me to participate in this great meeting. I'd be remiss if I didn't mention my colleagues from the legislature. I see Adam Battani here. I know Lauren Mello's on her way, if she's not already here. And everything that we did for environmental projects and spending is done as a team. And we share a lot in common in Southwest Florida. We really care about, you know, our environment and, you know, where we're going to be in the future. So I wanted to thank them for all their hard work. I'm really excited about your agenda today and your vote on the Green Heart of the Everglades. We were asked to give you a little dollars to help buy it, and so we appropriated $35 million. And then I understand that you negotiated a lower price. Apparently, we'll get some change back, which never happens. And I just, even though I'm not a registered lobbyist, I'm supporting that initiative, and I'm really excited about it. This session was just unbelievable with regard to environmental issues. And I want to, first thank my colleagues, but also, Governor DeSantis and I sat down in November, right after I took over the presidency, and we talked about what I wanted to do for my first session. And I said, I have really two things that I want to accomplish. Number one, I want to tackle affordable housing. I did it. We did it. The legislature got behind it. The governor got behind it. That's done. First week of session, over. Second week of session, the wildlife corridor expansion. And for me, and what I wanted to mention to y'all is that, to me, will be the single most important thing that we do in the 2020s. The water projects have been in the works now since, I guess, 20 years, and they're moving along, and they're on task, on track, and we'll continue to support all of them, and the reservoirs and all the things that are in the SUR plan. But the wildlife corridor is something so special, and I've said it before, and I say it every time. In 50 years, our grandchildren and great-grandchildren are going to say that we have created our own Central Park. And the reason that's so important is if we didn't do that, and as Rob mentioned, if we didn't purchase the development rights of the farmers and the ranchers and let them continue to grow and farm, we would have concrete from East Coast to West Coast. And, even though I'm a big property rights person, I believe that we need to have an environment that is going to be sustainable for all of us and for our future. So, one of the first things that we did was talk about how do we expand the corridor, and so we're gonna try. We put about $400 million into purchasing a big parcel up by the Ocala National Forest, and then the property down here in Collier County, and I think that's going to become a reality, and we will have. I can see it now. That is going to save our state. And I want to thank all that you all do and everyone in this room, how much you all care about the future. And so the one thing that I ask of you, and that's going to be on my bucket list to do over the next couple of years, we can't just acquire the lands, because right now we have the money. And everybody knows we have tons of money. We're going to probably have a recession in about 6 years, so this is the time to buy it. But we also need to preserve it and maintain it. And if we don't set aside dollars for maintenance, we're going to have more than Burmese pythons. We're going to have overrun these lands. So what I ask everybody here, and you all in particular, help put together a plan, because right now, we have DEP, and we've got DAX, and we've got Fish and Wildlife, and everybody's got a little piece of maintenance, but I don't think there's a coordinated effort. So for me, what I think we need to do, now that we have this special program in place, we need to maintain it. And so I'm going to ask for help, and how do we create a system of maintenance of this lands that we're going to own, because if we don't, we're going to be in trouble. So those are my comments. I just want to thank you again for what you do. I had written down what I wanted to say, but I didn't say it. I never do. I don't know why I bother. But I'm here for you all. I got another year, and so if you guys got some ideas, we'll do it next session. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Representative Botana? You don't have to say anything, but if you'd like to, the floor is yours. Well done. Is Representative Mello here? No? Not yet. Okay. Rosie?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman for the Collier County Commission, Rick LaCastro.
Well, it's tough to follow Senator Pasadomo, so I'll be brief. She's making all the big decisions, so I support, yes, more of that. But on behalf of all the Collier County Commissioners, as the chair, I welcome all of you, all the different counties that are here, welcome back. And thank you for what you do. You know, a lot of times we all, as elected officials, hear from citizens, you're not doing anything about water, nobody cares. People care. I mean, look at this room. We are doing things. We're never gonna be able to please everybody, right? I mean, but nobody's sitting on their hands doing nothing. What I would say is be relentless when you engage with your elected officials. I mean, I'm sure the senator and everybody here that's an elected official, we have 1,000 number ones, right? I mean, there's so many things across the board. You all are so focused on such an important issue. When you know you've got some things, whether it's upgrading infrastructure or it's something that you all have talked about in here that needs to rise to the top, really be relentless. And it's not because we don't care, but we have people being relentless from all kinds of things all over the area. But you know, when it comes to Florida, water is so important. I'll digress for 1 second and just say I'm also retired Air Force and Charlotte Romans retired Army. This feels like a military operation. Signs, directions everywhere. Everybody came in here on time. So you must be running a tight operation here because it was very impressive. I was having flashbacks from my military days. So you've got the right people in here. When it comes to infrastructure, you know, Senator touched on it a little bit. You know, sometimes the average citizen and maybe the average elected official doesn't have full appreciation for, hey, we can't let things age beyond the point of repair because then it becomes replacement. And we don't have $1 billion sitting somewhere to fix or upgrade something tomorrow. So those things, as you know, it's not lost in this room, have to be on the books, have to be on the budget. But we have to be disciples of that to the common citizen, to the average elected official that sometimes goes, oh, you know, water thing, I have something that's much more fabulous, you know, to the community and popular. But I can tell you, as a former military base commander, and Charlotte knows this as well, it's those things behind the scenes that make your base, your city, your county run. And when water goes bad, when water storage, when pipe, all the stuff that environmental protection goes bad, it goes bad quick. And being able to recover just, you know, with one quick vote isn't possible. So, you know, I'll just say again, be relentless in the things that you know we need to attack. So we move it up that list of 1,000. So we get the attention of people in Tallahassee, which we already have. I think we are poised right now, the best time ever with the team that we have led by Senator Passidomo, the elected officials we have in Tallahassee. I can tell you, you know, citizens have said to me before, wow, the 5 county commissioners that we have right now, we might not agree on everything, but we're paddling in a very similar direction. So this is the time to really strike while the fire is hot. But thank you for what you do. And, you know, we're here to learn from your expertise and then get stuff done, push it forward aggressively, kick in the afterburners, as we'd say in the Air Force. So thank you and welcome again to Collier County. Welcome back and appreciate everything that you do.
City of Naples, Councilmember Raymond Christman.
Thank you and good morning to all of you. Let me first, on behalf of the City of Naples, Naples City Council, welcome the district here for this meeting. It's great to have you hold a meeting in the City of Naples, and thanks to the Conservancy also for hosting this event here on their campus. I want to make briefly 3 points to talk a little bit about water, the City of Naples, and the region as a whole. First is to really reemphasize a point that both Senator Passidomo and Commissioner LoCastro made, which is that water is the unifying element in South Florida. And it's unifying environmentally, it's unifying economically, and it's unifying politically. We live in a time when there's a lot of divisiveness and contentiousness everywhere in this country, including in Florida, about different issues, but I can't think of anything else that can bring us together around those 3 sets of issues other than water in terms of having common ground. The second point I want to make is that the City of Naples is a small part of a much larger region here in South Florida. and Southwest Florida, a larger region and a larger ecosystem. We have our set of issues and challenges and also a set of things that we're doing, which I'll mention here in a moment. But any progress we're going to make and have made is going to be based on working together in partnerships with the South Florida Water Management District, with Collier County, with the state of Florida, and with other governmental partners. It's the only way we're going to get things done, and it's the only way we have gotten things done in the past. We have 3 major bodies of water here in the city of Naples: the Gordon River, Moorings Bay, Naples Bay. All are significantly impaired by pollution of different kinds. We're working to try to improve that situation, and are in many ways, but again, any progress is going to have to be done in partnership with you all and others, and we look forward to continuing to make that progress. Having said that, there are things that any community like the city of Naples can do to show local initiative and make progress. And let me just, for the benefit not only of the district governing board, but for the public, mention 4 or 5 things that we are doing and have been doing that are important and significant. First of all, we initiated several years ago the much delayed, long delayed Gulf Shore Boulevard Beach Outfalls project, which will replace old decrepit outfall pipes that go into the Gulf of Mexico with new outfall pipes that will not only reduce flooding in a significant area of Naples, but make sure that the water we're pumping out into the Gulf is much cleaner. Number 2, we instituted a 5-year plan to restore and clean the lakes, the set of 20-plus lakes that exist here in the city of Naples, and which are there to restore and clean water as retention ponds, and make sure that those lakes not only play the role they need to play in flood management, but ultimately discharge clean water into the Gulf of Mexico or the Gordon River. Third, we implemented a new best practices stormwater management code several years ago, which requires a doubling of water that is retained on site by residential and commercial businesses, and obviously puts less strain on our stormwater management system. Fourth, we're about halfway through excuse me, a septic to sewer conversion project, which will take the last remaining area in our sewer service area and remove the remaining old aging septic tanks and replace that, convert that to a connection to our municipal sewer system. So all 80,000 homes that are served by the city of Naples will be on our sewer system, no more septic tanks. And then finally, we instituted several years ago a year-round, a summer fertilizer ban and a year-round ban on phosphorus. Another important step toward better water quality. So these are things we have done here in the city of Naples, showing that their local initiative can make a difference. But again, to me, the recipe and the formula for success in the future, not just for Naples, but for any community in Florida, is show local initiative, but work with your governmental partners. We're trying to do that, and I think we are doing that in Naples, and look forward to continuing to do that with the help of you. So thank you very much.
City of Naples, Councilman Ted Blankenship.
Good morning. My name is Ted Blankenship, and I'm a member of Naples City Council, and I'd like to welcome you all to beautiful Naples, consistently ranked as one of the healthiest and happiest cities in Naples. And Councilman Chrisman focused on one of the aspects that make it such a good place to live, and that's our water and our beaches and our natural environment. I'd like to thank you for postponing your meeting from about 6 months ago or 7 months ago. We had a little storm called Hurricane Ian pass through. If you've had a chance to visit our city, you've seen we've recovered quite well over the last few months, so we certainly appreciate your waiting to come visit. We still have a lot of work to do, but we're well underway, and we appreciate your help and your support. And like Collier County observed earlier this week, their 100th anniversary, Naples, the city of Naples, is going to observe its 100th anniversary later this year on December 1st. And we'd like to invite you all back to join us in that big celebration in a few months. You know, Councilman Chrisman focused on several of the projects that we have been working on the last 3 years. We've really been trying to work hard on improving our water management and water quality projects. We've undertaken many of the biggest projects in Naples City history and are spending millions of dollars on these projects. And we certainly appreciate the support from the district, the Big Cypress Basin, and certainly our state legislature, who's helped us with a lot of the funding, and Collier County, who's helped us carry out many of these projects. We're so interconnected with the county and the rest of Southwest Florida that we really depend on interrelationships and working together with our colleagues to get things done. Councilman Chrisman mentioned several of the projects that we have underway. I'll just mention a couple of others. We've also updated our master plans for our water sourcing plans and stormwater plans and water distribution plans to cover us for the next 20 years. We realize we have significant infrastructure needs to rebuild and redevelop throughout the city. So we have plans underway that we'll be working on, and we'll probably be asking for further support over the next 20 years as we work to implement those plans. So again, I'd just like to thank you all for coming. Thank you for your support and the projects and initiatives we've done so far, and look forward to working with you and your ongoing support in the future. Thank you.
Glades County Commissioner Donna Storter Long.
Actually, Ms. Roman, who did meet with me a couple of years ago about my issue. In 2007, the Glades County Commissioners were approached by Water Management with a plan to purchase, I think, 1,700 acres with about 1,000 feet on State Road 80 and also riverfront property on the north end. Well, I don't think you can find 1,700 acres in any other county that could be so cheaply obtained. We are not developing quickly. We are only like 15,000 population with voters of 7,100. So being elected official there is no big deal. But this particular issue is a very big deal for us. We were told that the county would have the opportunity to maintain the direction for the 1,000 feet on Highway 80, about 250 acres, for future development. Well, starting in 2007, we've had Missy Barletto, Gary Ritter, Bonita Whalen, George Horn. Many people appear before our board and assure us, oh yes, we're going to do that. And now we have Libby Pigman, who is our representative. However, we don't have good communication with our board and your board, or your staff. And that's what I want to address. Because if the board gave its word in 2007 with a promise that we would have this property, and now we've been told the plans are final, they've totally changed, Glades County will not have any control or direction on what happens. That's not fair, and to not keep your word. However, we know that things change, needs change, water issues change, so you have adapted to do that. However, we do have another parcel in Glades County that we would like for the board to consider. Instead of, if you finalized your plans, Water Management's approved, Fish and Wildlife have approved it, then there is another piece in Glades County we'd like to consider. But we need direction on how to approach you for that. And we don't have good representation to Glades County from the Water Management in that we have to request a visit from somebody. I know we're small, but we're a big part. There's Nicodemus Slough, Lake Hicpochee, and other water management areas that help clean the water for the rest of the state. And I think the agricultural industry has done their share in preventing pollution. They don't want to waste fertilizer either. It costs money. But I would like you to have your staff reach out to me, not just our chairman, but to come to our meetings. Tell us what we can and why we can't get what was promised and how we can make another change. Thank you.
Marco Island Chairman Greg Foley.
Good morning. I'd like to thank the governing board for all the great work you do, and thank Senator Pasadamo and our County Commissioner Rick LaCastro and his colleagues for all they do to help protect and preserve our environment. I wanted to welcome you to Collier County, the best county out of the 16 you serve, most beautiful. And I want to respond to something. We're in the purple, the reuse water, tremendous thing. We use reuse water on Marco Island extensively. Virtually all the condos on the waterfront, as well as the golf courses, use reuse water, and it's a key element of our water preservation plans. This district and the city have many goals, including restoring our unique ecosystems and mangroves, improving water quality, protecting the coastline, and managing that water supply regionally. We've done several things, including a fertilizer control ordinance that we are now putting enforcement tools into place to make sure that it's enforced and all the contractors, landscapers are registered. And so we think that's going to have a significant impact in improving the water quality. On Marco Island, we have 100 miles of roads. We have 120 miles of canals. So water is absolutely critical. And in those canals, we've had a deterioration in water quality, increased lack of clarity over time, as those things are now between 50 and 60 years old in many cases, have a lot of sediment, a lot of organic material that has crowded out the seagrass that used to be there in abundance. And so we're looking to restore that. There are two main things that we're trying to work on, projects, pilot projects. One is an oxygenation program, and we're looking to try several ways to reoxygenate some of the areas of canals that are most stagnant and most in need of oxygenation. And that's a pilot project we could use some help on. Also, tidal flow seems to be a major issue, and if we could get greater flow in some of the canal areas, we would, I think, have much better result in terms of sustaining marine life. And so we're looking at a couple of major 60-inch culverts under San Marco Road, which is the main dividing line between the north and south of the island. And we've had Senator Pasadomo's help in getting funding to support that, but it's not complete funding. And I'd like you to look at that as something else you might consider helping us out with to increase that tidal flow and protect our environment on Marco. I'd be remiss if I didn't thank Charlotte Roman, a former colleague of ours on the Marco Island City Council, for her great leadership in helping to improve our environment in this area. And again, I just want to thank you and let you know that Marco Island is completely in support of your efforts. Thank you so much.
Marco Island Councilman Richard Blana.
Good morning, board members, and thanks for hosting this meeting, and thanks for all that you do. And thank you to the Conservancy for providing such a wonderful space. I'm going to approach this from a slightly different tact. I want to talk about the golden age of, I'm calling it the golden age of Everglades restoration, which I believe we're in. And I think it started in 2020 when President Trump made a commitment to deliver $250 million to start these efforts. And then in 2022, President Biden's infrastructure bill provided another $1.1 billion. And then lastly, and most significantly, with the help of the legislature in Florida, Governor DeSantis just recently pledged $3.5 billion over the next 4 years. I think that's significant, and I think he's a major champion for Everglades restoration. Now, this historic funding has allowed you, South Florida Water Management District, to initiate and complete over 50 major Everglades restoration projects, and I applaud you for that. It's, you know, it made a significant impact. Now, I visited a number of them myself, including those that are closest to Marco Island, and the most recent one was visiting the Picayune Strand and the Fakahatchee Estuary project, and that was at the invitation of Charlotte Roman, so thank you for inviting me. Now, when completed, this project, which is really close to home, will protect more than 55,000 acres of land. And I toured the facility. I toured one of the pumping stations with Charlotte and her staff, and it's nothing short of breathtaking. If you've never been out there, it reminded me of being in Washington and in one of our major federal buildings where you're surrounded by these, you know, soaring archways and granite columns, but this is all natural. This is acres and acres and acres of unobstructed view and a massive pumping station that's going to guarantee that sheet water flow will return and restore the area, and it's a major project. Thank you so much. Now, even more impressive to me than the scope of your projects is the commitment that you've had to sharing this restored land and water with residents and visitors. And that's very important to me as an elected official. You know, sometimes people just think of conservation for its own sake. And I have to look beyond that as an elected official. I have to say, why are we cleaning the water and restoring the land? And it's not just to protect it and to ensure the future, but it's also to offer it back to the residents and the visitors. So as an elected official who loves to hike, bike, and kayak, I'm especially concerned with restoration and access to residents and visitors. And with hundreds of places to hike, bike, fish, hunt, camp, and boat, the South Florida Water Management District has shown that restoration, conservation, and recreation can indeed coexist. So you're a model for this combined programming, and I applaud you for it. Thank you so much.
Everglades City Mayor Howie Grimm.
I was going to wait to speak on the agenda item, if that's okay.
That's perfect. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is that it? Great. We'll move to item number 4 on the agenda. Are there any changes to the agenda? None? Thanks. For the record, just wanted to hear you say it. And we'll go to abstentions by board members. If a board member has any abstention, let me know, and we'll start with a verbal. Mr. Butler.
I have none, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Bergeron. No, this is for abstentions.
No.
Thanks. Mr. Lipich.
No.
I have none. Colonel Roman.
I have none.
Ms. Meads. It's sticky.
No.
Thanks. We'll move now to the Big Cypress Basin Board report with Chair Roman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning. The Big Cypress Basin Board met on April 28th, and we started off our meeting with the Basin Administrator's report from Lisa Keeler, who presented the Basin 2023-2028 Strategic Plan. We had a presentation by Ansel Bubel with the Florida Department of Environmental Protection, who provided an overview of the TMDL rulemaking process for copper impairments in 4 of our local bays. That's Naples Bay, Haldeman Creek, Rock Creek, and Clam Bay. These water bodies have been impaired for copper since 2013 and have consistently had some of the highest copper levels in the entire state. Dr. Christina Gaudier provided an overview of district water quality monitoring for Southwest Florida's estuarine areas between Marco Island and Everglades City. The sampling area is divided into 4 regions, and results showed nitrogen levels exceeded the established numeric nutrient criteria in all regions of the study area. Lucine Dadrian presented the Big Cypress Basin Capital Plan update. Notable highlights were completion of the Cypress One structure and its relocation, installation of remote operations at Cork 2, and the ongoing development of the BCB Flood Control Communications Tower. All of these investments will greatly improve our efficiency and will better equip staff to support flood control operations in the area. Akin Owasana gave an overview of the Corkscrew Comprehensive Hydraulic Modeling and Restoration Initiative and the work that has been completed since the last update to the board in 2021. As a reminder, the goal of this initiative is to create a modeling tool that will help the district restore the hydrological ecosystems of Corkscrew Swamp Sanctuary and Bird Rookery Swamp. We closed out the meeting with our technical and staff reports, and the next Basin Board meeting will be July 10th, 2023 at 11 a.m. Mr. Chair, this concludes my report, subject to your questions.
Thanks. Does anyone have any questions or comments for the chair? I have one comment, and that's thank you. I know I made a joke yesterday that you have your own water management district, and you do, but I also know that comes with a ton of responsibility and a ton of work, so I'd just like to say thanks and give you a little applause.
Oh, thank you.
We'll look at the approval of the minutes for April 13th, 2023 meeting. Is there any changes to the minutes? Hearing none, can I have a motion?
I'll move to approve.
Second.
Thanks. I have a motion and a second to approve those minutes. Is there further discussion? Hearing none, we'll call the question. Mr. Butler?
Yes.
Mr. Bergeron?
Yes.
Mr. Olepich?
Yes.
I'm going to vote yes. Colonel Roman?
Yes.
Ms. Mead?
Yes.
Thank you. That passes unanimously. Mr. Bartlett?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And it was great to see so many elected officials come to the meeting and talk about the importance of water in South Florida and all of our efforts. So in my executive director's report, the first thing I want to give you an update is on the C-43 reservoir. The completion of the C-43 reservoir, as you know, is one of the highest priorities of the South Florida Water Management District. It's key to the health of the downstream ecosystem, which is also key to the communities and the way of life of Southwest Florida. And as you know, the district was forced to make the very difficult decision of terminating the C-43 Water Management Builders, the contractor responsible for constructing the C-43 reservoir. I know you will recall in 2019 when the governing board awarded construction to C-43 Water Management Builders joint venture, which is a joint venture with Lane Construction and WeBuild, with Lane Construction being the primary on the site. You will also recall that the contractor's representative assured the governing board that they could get the project done on time for the price bid. Unfortunately, despite numerous engagements by the district, including a year ago in front of the governing board, the contractor continuously fell farther and farther behind schedule. Now, you know, implementing large water resource projects is something the Water Management District does extremely well. We have almost 30 of these large construction projects being constructed right now as we speak, and none of them, except for C-43 Water Management Builders, is experiencing the magnitude of scheduled delays like Lane Construction. The contractor was falling behind schedule an average of an additional 20 days for every month on the job. That's losing 20 days in 30 days. District staff, Chairman Goss, and I engaged the contractor senior leadership numerous times to emphasize the importance of staying on schedule, and still the contractor failed to make the necessary resource and management changes. So what's underpinning the delay? For a large above-ground reservoir, the embankment dam is the thing that takes the longest to build. That is where timely delivery and execution is critical. At the time of termination, the contractor's production rate for completing the embankment dam would have delayed the construction of the contract upwards of the project upwards of 3 years. That's late 2026 or even 2027, and it's 2023 right now. For example, in order to avoid further delays, that's avoiding further delays, the contractor would have had to lay approximately 250 linear feet of concrete on the inside of the embankment dam each day. They were averaging 95 feet per day. 250 feet, 95 feet. So that's why they were losing time month after month. Now, as we all know, the district has been engaged with Achieving More Now for Florida's environment. That is why this board, the leadership and the staff, have accomplished 55 groundbreakings, ribbon cuttings, and major milestones in the short time you've been here. The C-43 Reservoir project was one of those groundbreakings, and if they had stayed on schedule, it would have been a ribbon cutting next year. Everyone knows that that is the focus of this leadership, and that is why we're expediting projects. And I will also tell you that me, the leadership at the district, and all the staff hold themselves and everyone very accountable to those timelines. The contractor did not stay on schedule, nor would they make the changes to get back on schedule or even prevent further delays. If you hear any notion that the district caused these delays, just know that that is absurd. We don't tolerate delays. Termination was necessary because it was time to get back to Achieving More Now for the C-43 Reservoir project. District staff and leadership right now are laser focused on continuing construction of the C-43 reservoir. While we wait for the surety, that's the bond company that insured the project, to make its determination going forward, the district is working with existing subcontractors to continue the necessary work. In fact, within the first 7 days since termination, we already had 50 workers back on site continuing construction of the C-43 reservoir, and more added day by day. The termination, we made this decision because for the wildlife of the Caloosahatchee Estuary and the surrounding coastal ecosystems. We made this decision for the people and the businesses that enjoy that wonderful ecosystem in Southwest Florida. So it is time to get back to Achieving More Now for the C-43 Reservoir project. Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to report the plotting is over. Moving on. Week before last, staff and I traveled to DC. I think I saw you, Mr. Chair, there as well while we were up there. But we traveled up to DC to talk with Department of Interior, Corps of Engineers, and members of our delegation about the work we're doing and the investments we're making to advance Everglades restoration, including what we're doing for northern storage north of Lake Okeechobee. But one of the issues we were working on was trying to make sure that the Western Everglades Restoration Project continues towards authorization in 2024. And you know the South Florida Water Management District is fully invested in Western Everglades restoration. In fact, we're already designing the southern features of Western Everglades restoration by designing the culverts to help move water from Conservation Area 3A over into Big Cypress and Everglades National Park to reconnect that hydrology in the southern features and basically restore the flows to Lossman Sloughs and the Florida Bay on that side of Tamiami Trail. When we were challenged with the engineered solution on the western feeder, where a STA was proposed to be constructed in this Kissimmee Billy, we stepped up and I would say crafted an unengineering solution, basically restoring the natural hydrology over there to best protect Kissimmee Billy Slough. But the latest wrinkle we have is an STA that is proposed on the north feeder. It was authorized in SERP in 2000. It is located on land we own, which was a former citrus field, and it was there to basically implement the goals of SERP, quality, quantity, timing, and distribution for restoration of the Western Everglades. Right now, there's an internal deliberation in the Corps as to whether that should be part of the federal project, even though it was in the SERP 2000 Yellow Book. And so we were there to basically advocate the importance of continuing our commitment towards that North Feeder stormwater treatment area. The question inside the Corps is whether they should be responsible for water quality. Certainly SERP has stormwater treatment areas. We're building one for the EAA reservoir, so it can be a component of SERP, and we were there to try to make sure that that Western Everglades continues unhindered based on that debate. If you're wondering who's responsible for water quality, because that is a question that's often asked, after that STA is built, the South Florida Water Management District will hold the NPDES permit to assure water quality is delivered from that STA. So we will be responsible for achieving that limit. We just need to make sure that feature gets built as a part of SERP. So that was our ask. We met with Secretary Connor's office and a number of leadership to talk about that project. We would anticipate that a decision would be made before the South Florida Ecosystem Restoration Task Force meeting occurs on this coast on June 1st when the Corps arrives for that. So we're looking forward to that decision and really hoping the decision is such that we can continue towards WRDA 2024 authorization for Western Everglades restoration. Session just concluded. You heard some remarks, and I'm happy to report that the governor got his budget request for his environmental projects plus some. $470.5 million for SERP, $58 million for restoration strategies, $116 million for Northern Everglades programs, which includes a $25 million part for the Caloosahatchee River. $213 million for the DEP water quality efforts, the statewide water quality efforts, but those do emphasize, some of those funds emphasizing in River Lagoon, Biscayne Bay, and Lake Okeechobee. Got $320 million for sea level rise and resiliency, and $60 million for alternative water supply. And you heard the president talk about the land acquisition funding that was awarded as well, and so we'll look forward to seeing how that unfolds. What was not resolved was the governor did ask for $80 million for our operational shortfall. You may recall that we have a lot of new SERP projects and restoration projects we need to maintain and implement. We have aging infrastructure we need to repair, and we have a sea level rise issue with the flood control system that we need to invest in. So that $80 million was not appropriated. So we will begin, I've already met with Candy and her team to begin the compilation of our budget for this summer, which would include an ad valorem rate for your consideration. Also in session, Governing Board Member Bergeron his reappointment was confirmed by the Senate. And so at this point, we will continue to monitor the reappointments of a number of us. Chairman Goss, Vice President Wagner, Governing Board Members Steinle and Thurlow-Lippisch, and of course the Big Cypress Basin Governing Board members, which need to be reappointed, or else Charlotte is the only Big Cypress Board member, which might work for Charlotte, but it really doesn't work for the system. So and the last thing I want to report on before I turn it over to Jennifer Reynolds is the Picayune Strand restoration project and the water quality efforts we're implementing associated with that project. Many of you toured the project, the 55,000 acre project, were able to drive across it, around it, and through it, and suddenly realized how large 55,000 acres really is. But what an incredible restoration effort that is. But in the southwest corner, there is a water quality issue that needs to be addressed. It's not part of the federal project. It's something the state and the Big Cypress Basin is taking on independently, and the district ourselves. But the Big Cypress Basin Board did approve a feasibility study to look for options on how to create a treatment for that area to make sure that clean water enters Picayune Strand. And some options were revealed as part of that study. There are options. The real estate question always is something at the end of those feasibility studies, and that's something that we're evaluating with the help of DEP and local stakeholders for that. This has been a very stakeholder-driven effort. There's been a team put together of all the stakeholders. There's been engagement along those lines, and we're certainly committed to making sure something happens. We are also, as a district, looking at source control options, engaging with the entities right in that southwest area to try to do some source control efforts in those. We're engaging those through the permitting program. The Picayune Strand restoration project will be done by the end of 2025, so it's important for us to come up with solutions and efforts that really marry up with the restoration of the wetlands and really implement the water quality needs at the same time. So we're continuing to focus on that. At this time, Mr. Chair, with your indulgence, I'd like to yield my time to Jennifer Reynolds because I know we wanted to do a Northern Everglades and Estuaries Program update, and so I've asked her to put one together for you.
Good morning, Chair, governing board members. I know that you're interested to hear a little bit more about Northern Everglades, and I'm excited to tell you that the momentum is growing in the Northern Everglades program. And so I just wanted to highlight a couple of items, and I think Rosie's going to be able to bring up a slide for me. Last year, when we were here on the West Coast, we talked about some different items with the Northern Everglades. And we put out a request for proposal. We put out two, actually. And for one of our requests, we had a series of projects that included renewing some existing leases that performed both water storage and water quality projects. And we have been working hard to renew those leases with those landowners, as well as implement new projects. And in the coming months, you'll see a series of events that will help us highlight those projects. And so I'm going to save those so that we can talk about those in greater depth as those events occur over the coming months. But that's one exciting thing that has happened. Also last year, the board approved the staff to negotiate with an entity on the Lower Kissimmee Basin stormwater treatment area. And this is a really big, exciting project north of the lake. And you might recall that this project included this footprint that I'm outlining on the screen, which is the top 6 cells. So that those 4 cells up at the top, and then those 2 that are sort of green shaded in the middle. That was the original project that was proposed to us. Since that time and during the negotiations of this project, and as EIP has been working with us to design this project, an opportunity arose. And the opportunity is to include in this project the area that is in the red circle and expand this project to include more treatment area. So what we're now negotiating with EIP is expanding this project to increase it to an additional approximately 1,400 acres. And how the project will change is that those areas that are in the green, those will become more like a flow equalization basin. So this will be shallow storage in the middle and treatment cells to the northwest of that storage and to the southeast of that storage. And so what we're anticipating is that we will increase the storage from approximately 5,200 acre feet to 9,600 acre feet and increase the reduction of nutrients. And here I'm just giving you the phosphorus numbers, but we anticipate reductions in nitrogen as well from what we were negotiating, a 12 to 15 metric ton annually, to 18 to 24 metric tons annually. And so this is just another sort of increased blow up of what we anticipate this future project to look like and what we're working on designing now. This gives you an idea of how the project will be split into sort of 2 parts that provide the storage and treatment. As I mentioned, the original project included these 6 cells. How the project will change is we are continuing these 4 cells on the original schedule. And these 4 cells will have a slightly delayed but parallel path for design and construction that will modify cells 5 and 6 to that shallow storage and additionally add cells 7 and 8 for additional treatment. And so we just wanted to give you an update on this exciting project, that it's still underway. We are working on the design and anticipate construction beginning in the next year for those first 4 cells, along with the parallel path of designing and then constructing 5 through 8. We will be bringing this project back to the board for your approval once we've negotiated the final cost of this project, which is in the next phase of the design. You'll recall that we're implementing this project with a slightly different acquisition strategy, where we are acquiring the land, designing it, financing it, constructing it, and operating it in conjunction with the provider. And so instead of us just buying the land and then designing it with a consultant, then constructing it with somebody different, and then obtaining it to operate, this package is all one big package that we are working with the provider to do all of those activities where they are required to perform the design, construction, and operations, demonstrate that this project works, and provides the nutrient reduction that is within the negotiated agreements with this provider before they would turn it over to us. And so we're going through that process, and the next phase of this will be bringing it back to the board with the negotiated prices for all of those deliverables. But I wanted to assure you that the designs are going along in tandem with that negotiation. And so I anticipate bringing that back to the board soon, and am excited that it's an expanded project that will deliver even more results for Florida, for our environment, and for our water quality. In addition to that, I know that one of the things that has been sort of nagging on all of us is the agreement with the 3 coordinating agencies. And I'm happy to report that we have agreement on all of the language. Our executive director signed our agreement, and we have forwarded it to FDEP for their signature, and we anticipate those signatures in the coming weeks. And so at the next board meeting, I believe I'll be able to hold up a signed document that memorializes the relationship between the 3 agencies.
Thanks very much, Jennifer. I like the way Drew gives you the good news. It's very nice of him.
Mr. Chairman, I have one question to Colonel Reynolds. So this is basically a design-build project. Designed to...
Yes, design, build, finance, operate.
Okay, so at the end of the day, they're operating this as well?
They will operate it for a period of time to ensure that the project delivers the results that are promised in the negotiation. And then at that time, we would acquire the operations and take them on for, in perpetuity. So eventually the land will be the district's, and we will operate it, but they must demonstrate that the project operates to deliver the results, or they will have to make modifications to the project to deliver the results.
Okay, thank you.
We're going to move now into our public comment period. If you're here to comment on a specific agenda item, we're going to ask that you hold your comment until we reach that item on our agenda. This comment period is for general comments not related to agenda items, and we appreciate you. Following that, public comment for consent agenda items is item 12 on the agenda, and public comment for discussion items will be heard before or after each presentation, before board comment. Are there any general public comments, Rosie?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we're going to start with Lisa Krieger, followed by Holly Milbrandt, and then Katie Tuff.
Good morning. Following Drew and Jennifer, that's kind of a tough act to follow. So, my name is Lisa Krieger, and I work for the Lee County Department of Natural Resources. First, I'd like to thank you very much for coming to Southwest Florida to hold your governing board meeting. We really appreciate that you're a little more local and we can participate. Commissioner Ruane sends his regrets that he couldn't attend today. He's deeply engaged in Hurricane Ian recovery task force activities. The Army Corps of Engineers has announced a public comment period for the approval of an alum treatment system for the C-43 reservoir. And Lee County was one of the several West Coast stakeholders that participated in the Reservoir Water Quality Component Working Group. We agree that water quality is going to be a very important feature for the C-43 reservoir, but we advocated that for a stormwater treatment area over the alum treatment, not only because of their proven ability to do water quality treatment as is exhibited by stormwater treatment area use all over the state of Florida, but also for the ancillary environmental benefits that a stormwater treatment area might provide over an alum treatment feature. I can't recall a stakeholder from the West Coast that was involved in the working group that actually was excited about the alum option. I believe we were all mostly behind the stormwater treatment idea. We were hoping that that was going to happen. We understand that the alum treatment ended up being selected because of its cost effectiveness and that it wasn't going to delay the schedule, but since there's been other schedule issues that have occurred, so we would just like to hope that maybe an STA could be reconsidered, even if it was a smaller version of that on a portion of property. We would like to thank the South Florida Water Management District for actions that you've taken to rectify the C-43 construction schedule. We really appreciate that. It was bold and probably difficult thing to do, but we appreciate any and all efforts that the agency has done to keep that very important project on track. So thank you, and thank you for being here on behalf of Lee County.
Thank you, Ms. Krieger. Holly Milbrandt.
Good morning, Chair, Governing Board members. Holly Milbrandt, Director of Natural Resources for the City of Sanibel. My comments will sound a little bit similar to what you just heard from Lisa Krieger, but on behalf of the Council of the City of Sanibel, thank you again for being here and welcome back to Southwest Florida. I would like to start off by saying that we too were extremely disappointed with the recent action that had to be taken related to the contractor for the C-43 reservoir. As you guys all know, the reservoir is a critical project to provide relief to the Caloosahatchee and to improve the quantity and timing and flows from Lake Okeechobee. This relief cannot come soon enough, so we appreciate tremendously the district's commitment to this project under these very difficult circumstances and urge the board to use all the tools in your toolbox to bring this project across the finish line as quickly as possible. I will say that I was also an active participant in the district-led water quality treatment component working group for the C-43 reservoir. And as Lisa noted, the selection of the in-reservoir alum option was less than what we and the other Caloosahatchee stakeholders were expecting when advocating for a water quality treatment component for the reservoir. We don't expect that the district is going to change course at this time and recognize that there were a number of factors and constraints that led to the selection of the in-reservoir alum treatment as the preferred alternative. But we would also request that the district continue to consider and explore the use of district-owned lands north of the C-43 reservoir for additional water quality treatment options for the Caloosahatchee. And finally, we just want to commend the district also for your actions related to Executive Order 2306 and your commitment to do even more now. Specifically is assuming responsibility for the construction of the EA reservoir pump station and reinitiating a feasibility study for the Lokar stormwater treatment area and reservoir north of Lake Okeechobee. Both of these projects are critically important components of our decades-long efforts to provide water storage and treatment north, south, east, and west of Lake Okeechobee. So thank you for moving these projects forward and for the opportunity to comment today. Thanks for being here.
Thank you, Ms. Milbrandt. Katie Tuff, followed by Matt DePaulis, and then Michelle Palermo.
Good morning. My name is Katie Tuff. I represent the Golden Gate Civic Association. Our issue today is going to be very, very small potatoes compared to all of the things that you've been talking about, but it's very important to our small 4-mile square community. The community is bordered on its north and south by canals that are managed by the district. And on the south side, we have mostly residences. And so the cleanup of that canal is not that necessary. Unfortunately, to the North Canal is bordered by almost entirely on one side of the canal by multifamily, which they tend to not be as good of stewards of the canal as the South Canal. So this necessitates us to have to clean it up. But it is, the cleanup of that canal is supposed to be done by the district. And in the past, they have done that. Usually, we have organized the cleanups. The unfortunate thing being is that the district knows water levels. We don't, as just a community of citizens and volunteers doing this. And there have been times when the barge, which is provided by the district and is so instrumental to the success of the cleanup, has not been able to go under the bridge because the water was too high, and sometimes they've been not able to go very far down the canals because the water has been too low. So, of course, those, we all organized ourselves and did not have a very successful cleanup. So what I would like to propose today is, I'm not sure I could ask a question as to how often that particular canal is cleaned. I don't recall the name of it, but it borders Green Boulevard. And if it's not done on a regular basis, I would like it to be done on a regular basis. We're willing to pitch in and help with that, and the county has in the past also provided help with that. In pulling the items out, sometimes we have tractors in there, like yard mowing tractors, swings, and when we have high wind events, all kinds of things blow into there, and we have contests for the most unusual things that we find in that particular canal. Very unfortunate things sometimes. So I would like to propose that we communicate a little better. I'd be glad to give my information to whomever so that the district knows the water levels better than we do, so they know what is the best time to do those cleanups for the most success. So thank you very much, and thank you for cleaning up the canals in our community and maintaining them.
Thank you, Ms. Tuff. Mr. Chairman, we have a former governing board member who just arrived. Dan DeLisi, would you like to speak?
Thank you. I'm glad I was able to make it down here. Just ran out of a Lee County Hurricane Ian Recovery Task Force meeting. I was fortunate to be appointed as the chair of their Natural Resources Committee, so trying to do what we can to rebuild and build back better. Commissioner Ruane, I talked to him. He really wanted to make it. Unfortunately, he can't for a number of reasons, but definitely wanted to be here. Just a couple of comments I wanted to make. One on the Recovery Task Force. I think there's a lot going on in Lee County following the hurricane that devastated this coast. It's a good opportunity for the district to get re-engaged with the county. The district did a phenomenal job in the aftermath of the hurricane. Really just a marked improvement in their interaction with the county. So I certainly congratulate the district. Now, moving forward, how does the district continue to play a role in the county? That right now, as we go through the Recovery Task Force, I think the district has a real opportunity to engage in more meaningful ways as we move forward, so that we can build a more resilient coastline in Lee County, and then a more resilient interior, so that we have a better, more natural flood control system. And so we look forward to doing that. I have talked to Drew, and I think the response I've been getting from staff has been very positive, so that's just exciting to hear. I think the other thing I would be remiss in not talking about is the C-43 reservoir. I have made comments on that before. I want to thank you for taking it seriously. No delay is acceptable. Unfortunately, we're at a position where there are large delays, so thank you for stopping the bleeding, if you will. The question now is, how are you going to get this back on track? And I have no doubt you've been thinking long and hard about that, and I'm just here to tell you that, whatever you need from us, I mean, there's very little we could do to help, but please, we absolutely need this reservoir. And then the last thing I'll say is I'll echo the comments from Lee County and Sanibel on the STA. That was one of the governor's initial executive order points. The idea was always to have some sort of STA component. We do have that property north of the power line. I get the issues with interaction with the reservoir, but there should be some sort of STA feature in and around that area. I think we can make something work, so I'd encourage you all to continue to pursue that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. DeLisi. Going back to general public comment, we're going to resume with Matt DePaulis, followed by Michelle Palermo.
Governing Board, Matt DePaulis, the Environmental Policy Director for the Sanibel Captiva Conservation Foundation. It's great to see all of you over on this coast. A little bit easier of a drive for me, at least this morning, so appreciate that every once in a while. I'm just going to reiterate a few of the comments that you've heard already. We were pretty disappointed to hear of the slowdown with the C-43 reservoir, but the optimism that we're going to get back on track moving forward is great to hear. That project is so important to the health of the Caloosahatchee and the greater system, and the estuaries that are associated with it as well. So we're full support of that project, and anything our organization and other partner organizations can do to help move that forward as well, we'd be happy to. And also associated with that, the alum treatment versus STA debate, I think that we have slowed down a little bit while we're getting back on track. If there is an opportunity to bring that STA back to the table, we would love to see that. Some of these natural or more natural filtration opportunities rather than the chemical-based treatments is something that we are in full support of as well. So anything we could do to discuss that or help move that along as well is something that we are very interested in, along with a lot of our partners at the city and county level, clearly. The last thing that's really on our mind right now is that lake level. It is over 14 feet still. We were under 13 feet at this time last year, and hopefully we won't be in a situation where the lake fills quite so quickly as it did last year, but we are looking at an El Nino system that could be starting this summer, which may bring significant amounts of rain into our system, filling that lake again. So while we've heard that some of the modeling was showing that the lake was going to be around 13.09 feet by June 1st, it doesn't seem like we're on track to get that right now. So when we're seeing these cutbacks happening now, when we could be lowering that lake more, we were scratching our heads a little bit when we saw those decisions come out. So if there's anything we can do to get that lake lower before the rain starts in this hot part of the year, before we're getting that refilling going on, we just implore you to work with the Army Corps to pull any levers you can and really use all avenues to get water out of the lake now while we have the chance. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. DePaulis. Michelle Palermo.
Good morning, Governing Board members, and welcome to Naples and the Conservancy of Southwest Florida. My name is Michelle Arquette Palermo, and I'm the Water Policy Manager here at the Conservancy. I appreciate the opportunity to speak before you today. I would also like to thank the Governing Board members for visiting Picayune Strand Restoration Site. Despite the heat, it was a little warm. It was a great day to see restoration in action. As you may or may not know, the Conservancy has been involved in Picayune Strand since the very beginning. We were making phone calls and processing deeds long before it was a CERT project, and we wanted to get those 22,000 plots from 17,000 landowners deeds processed. This was long before the use of the internet, of course, was commonplace. With less than 2 years to go, we can see the finish line. However, as Drew mentioned, a water quality component has yet to be identified. Once that Southwest protection feature is done and those remaining canals are filled, The culverts under US 41 will be opened, and untreated runoff will flow into Collier Seminole State Park, which is an outstanding Florida water. As Governor DeSantis states in EO 26, we must continue to protect our water resources and achieve even more. Time is of essence, and we ask that you make real progress towards a solution. It is also critical that the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers and the South Florida Water Management District advance a final plan for Western Everglades. I appreciate the comments that you made this morning, Drew, because we all understand that restoring clean water flows are essential to restoration of America's Everglades. We ask that you continue to put pressure on the Army Corps to put forth a plan that advances ecosystem restoration in the Western Everglades for consideration under WRDA 2024. There is a common theme in my request today: water quality. Yes, legacy pollution needs to be addressed, but we also must acknowledge the current inputs and abate pollution at the source. We cannot afford to continue to kick this issue down the road. Restoration is costly, and we cannot pass that on to the future generations. I'd also like to add that we will echo the comments of our partners in conservation about the alum treatment for the C-43. We would like to see an STA as part of the solution for that. And my final note is water quality must continue to be a priority. Clean water is essential to our way of life here in Southwest Florida. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Palermo. Mr. Chairman, I have no more general public comment.
Thanks, Rosie. Thank you all very much for your comments. We're going to go now to a board comment, and we have something that we do annually. Earlier, I mentioned water reuse, and that many of us are dressed in purple. Before we begin before board comment, we're going to do purple comment. I'd like to provide a brief history of the purple coat. I guess back in 2009, it started with governing board member Patrick Rooney. He wore it in recognition of Water Reuse Week, and since its first appearance, the power of the purple coat has been passed to a different governing board member each May. Drew presented it to me 4 years ago, and I virtually presented it to Vice Chairman Wagner in 2020 during COVID. Vice Chairman Wagner passed the purple coat to Mr. Bergeron, and last year, Mr. Bergeron passed a smaller, much more tailored version to Ms. Thurlow-Lipich. And now, Ms. Thurlow-Lipich, it's your turn.
Wonderful. Hello, everybody. I'm Jackie Thurlow-Lipich, and I know you're all excited for what you're here for today, but this is what I'm excited about today, and it is going to take me a few minutes to share this exciting news. First of all, I would like to thank Mark Elsner from the Bureau Chief of Water Supply, because he has just really educated me on an issue that I wasn't that educated on, which is water reuse. I'd also like to thank Alligator Ron Bergeron for gracing me with the jacket last year. And I'm telling you, it has been the highlight of my South Florida water management experience. And I feel like I've gotten everything I need that I was able to wear the jacket. So I have a few comments. This has been an amazing year, and I have become 100% addicted to purple, of which you will see when I stand up. It was an honor and a privilege to wear this purple jacket. I have learned so much through my facility tours, reading, and talking with many folks in the industry. During my site visits, I met many reuse professionals, from utility directors to reclaimed water, and learned how it protects the health of our environment. Reclaimed water, or recycled water, which is the term I prefer, plays an important role in our water supply. And it's a sustainable supply, even during drought. It is no longer acceptable to use water once and dispose of it. We need to reuse and recycle. The good news is we are reusing almost 300 MGD of reclaimed water for beneficial purpose such as irrigation and green space, power plant cooling, and groundwater recharge and environmental enhancement. This is enough water to meet the water supply needs of all Broward County. The not so good news is that over 600 million gallons per day, or 232 billion gallons a year, of potentially reusable water is being disposed of through deep well injection and discharged to the ocean, primarily in the lower East Coast. And this is mostly through our canals. And just think of the irony of when we're in drought, and then the canals are just dumping all the water off the state. We cannot live like that anymore. We must all work together to integrate this source of water into our water supply portfolio and to reuse instead of disposing of it. And our approach has to be a one-size-does-not-fit-all. Water reuse is an excellent opportunity to integrate wastewater management and water supply. During my tenure of wearing the purple jacket, I visited a groundbreaking at FPL Turkey Point, where reclaimed water from Miami-Dade County was being used for cooling. I mean, this is amazing. Water that was being wasted is now being used for water that would have been coming out of the aquifer. I mean, this is real good stuff for our young people, something we can do and feel really good about. At my visit to Palm Beach County, Southern Regional Water Reclamation Facility, I saw reclaimed water being used for green space irrigation and to create the Green Cay and Wacotahoochee wetlands. These wetlands were thriving with birds and other wildlife. If you have never visited this place, you have got to go. It is all water reuse, and there are birds like sitting on their nests with their babies, and I mean, little islands out in the middle of the water, and it's all reuse water. And we could do that everywhere. We could do that at the STA for the C-43. These wetlands were thriving with birds and other wildlife. They were also pilot testing reverse osmosis treatment to supply water for creation of a future multi-use wetland and park that will recharge groundwater. In Martin County, where I'm from, reclaimed water is being used for golf courses, irrigation, and for ponds in Memorial Park, where there are ducks and other wildlife that comes and visits. And in Fort Pierce, Florida, I mean, this is the humdinger here, because this has been going on for decades, like back when my parents were growing up in South Florida. They are relocating the regional wastewater treatment on the barrier island and locating it inland, where reclaimed water will be used for power plant cooling and irrigation. What that really means is they're taking the sewage treatment plant that used to go straight into the Indian River Lagoon, and now it's deep well injection, but they're moving that off of the island, and now they're moving it inland, and that same situation will now, they won't have to take water out of the aquifer. They can use the water from this to cool the FPL site. So I mean, you know, I just had no idea about this when I first got on the board. I saw the purple pipes, but I didn't really get how cool it was. And now I'm just totally smitten. We need to educate and engage our public and elected officials on our water supply situation, the importance of reuse, and the role reclaimed water can play in meeting our future water needs. Now is the time to make sure we are on the right path to the right future. I thank you for bestowing the power of purple on me for the last year, and now I will be transferring the power of purple. And I will be transferring the power of purple to the hardest working lady in this part of the state and maybe the entire state, my dear friend, Colonel Charlotte Roman.
Most of you didn't know you were getting a fashion show, too.
Everybody can see a special jacket for you. Got it? It just fits. Let's have a round of applause.
I think we need to tailor that a little bit.
It just fits. We'll have your company do it, your show.
Yeah.
Well, thank you, Jackie, and congratulations, Charlotte. We're going to continue on with board member comment, and Cheryl, you want to start?
So isn't Jackie easy to love? I have to say that when we did, or I experienced our first water planning report that we did, I said to my husband, we're going to run out of water. And it's one of those things that just day in and day out you don't think about. But when you see it in the kind of reports that our staff produces to tell everybody the importance of, and in those reports we talk about water reuse. And that's why we have staff that focuses on that almost full time. And Jackie, what a great steward you have been of the jacket. I think that it is about education and educating people. I love it when I hear just regular citizens stand up. Sue Miller talked about how she captures the water from her air conditioner and uses it in her yard.
That's awesome.
And it is that spirit. And when you're my age, I'm 63, you remember when all of the recycling conversations started in this country, and now it's become just a lifestyle. I don't know anyone who doesn't have a recycling container at their home, and I think that's exactly where the state needs to go, and I think that we will, Jackie. Thank you for being such a great steward.
Thank
of
you.
that.
It's been a great year.
And I wanted to just quickly thank all of the elected officials that came here to be with us today. It matters so much. I want you to know that we listen and we hear what you have said. And to Senate President Pasadomo, it was very nice to have you here today. I know that it was a busy session, and I loved the enthusiasm, and I was almost embarrassed because I sat here with a goofy grin on my face. I didn't know whether to, smile or weep out of joy, because we are so dependent on the House and the Senate to help us all get through this. It's such a gigantic task that in my mind, it's almost overwhelming how much responsibility this agency has and tackles and does so well. So thank you to the House and the Senate for your support. We're grateful for that, and that's all I have to say. Chairman.
Thanks. Colonel.
Yes, thank you. I really thought for sure, Jackie, that I'd never get this jacket today. And I'm sure a lot of the staff probably thought the same thing. So what an honor to give me the opportunity to participate in the historical tradition of this governing board and to be awarded the purple jacket. And I can't thank you enough for this opportunity. First of all, Jackie's been tremendous with her efforts to engage with citizens and groups about reuse water. I almost think that we ought to create a new position called Purple Jacket Emeritus so that you could fill that role forever, because you've just done such a tremendous job with engagement in regarding the benefit of reuse water in terms of our water supply. I'd like to highlight one experience that I had this year in visiting an operation on the East Coast with Palm Beach County Utilities in the operation of Green Cay. Jackie highlighted it, but what this was, a landowner decided that they wanted to find a future use for their property, and they really didn't want it to be developed into multi-million-dollar condos at high intensity. So they reached out to the county, as I understand it, and said, what can we do? So the land was there, and it happened to be adjacent to Palm Beach County Utilities, and they decided to treat their reuse in a shallow water storage area there on the land. And Jackie was referring to it, but this has a boardwalk, much like Corkscrew Swamp Sanctuary.
it is like Corkscrew
There's birders, there's photographers, and the city's Parks and Recreation Department built a nature center, and the volunteers are giving tours. It was amazing to me, and I'm thinking, what a natural way to actually treat water for reuse purposes. And such a natural environment they created in the urban area so that people could enjoy that recreation that one of our elected officials talked about as being so important to what we do. So there are examples out there in the state, if we can kind of have those conversations that are very, very positive. And I'd be remiss if I didn't also mention that when we were in Sanibel at our governing board meeting, we had a representative from DEP at our meeting, Adam Blaylock, and I asked him to, we weren't at Sanibel, excuse me, we were in the Keys, because the Keys is designated a reuse sanctuary, and they are required to treat their water at a higher standard because of that marine sanctuary designation. And Adam Blaylock from the Department of Environmental Protection, even though he's not the right bureau chief for that area, he was in attendance at that meeting. And I asked him, as a representative of DEP, if DEP would work with me to help address those standards for reuse so that we're not putting additional nutrients back into our environment. So what I would like to wear in honor of, I would like to do in honor of wearing this purple jacket is work with those agencies and work with these communities with great ideas that are already put in operation to see if we can't really move the bar just a little bit on the amount of nutrients that we are providing through our reuse water systems. And they're all different. You know, Naples, here in the city of Naples, they use advanced water treatment, and it's a higher standard. Okay? Others just treat the minimum per their permit, which is all legal. But I'm not so sure that the standards are what they should be for the health of our ecosystems. They're good for the health of people, but what about the health of our ecosystem? So I'll take that charge on and see if I can move the needle, but I think it's been like 3 years, and we're having great conversations, but maybe we'll make some progress. But thank you for this honor, Jackie. I really appreciate it.
It is my honor, and it's so perfect that you're bringing this up, because when I received the jacket from Mr. Bergeron last year in the Keys, she was talking about this right away. And I'm like, oh my gosh, she's smarter than me, for sure. And these are the questions we should be asking, because just think about it. So it's great to reuse the water, but if you're reusing the water and the nitrogen levels are so high that that nitrogen is leaking right back into the water, you know what I mean? We got an issue there. So that's what I believe she's really an expert on, and she is a bulldog. She will get it done.
Well, thank you for that vote of confidence, but I don't know, it's been 3 years. I'm not sure that we've moved that far. But I have a couple of other items too that I have for board comment as well. And I want to thank everyone who's come out today and participated in our meeting and had a chance to join in the reception, our elected officials, our stakeholders, and all of our partners. I want to thank the Conservancy as well, because it was a lovely event last night. And even though it was a little warm, I had a great time, and I'm sure many of my other board members did as well. And I want to thank the partners like Audubon, who gave tours of the Corkscrew Swamp Sanctuary and opened that up for the staff and the district governing board to go ahead and see what the swamp looks like that I keep talking about and others keep talking about all the time, and those who took the time to do that. I have a couple of additional things. One, for the board and in particular, I became aware that the Florida Department of Transportation and the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers Silver Jackets, which is their flood risk emergency management arm of the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, that they started a resiliency review on the impact of sea level rise on the aging bridges and culverts along US 41 here in Collier County. And some of us may recall that during Hurricane Ian, some of US 41 was flooded. And while the planning study that this refers to was just gathering information, I wanted to highlight a major concern that I have. From the initial set of the alternatives, one of the plans being discussed would reconstruct US 41 by building up the road with dirt and building a separate levee north of US 41 up to 15 feet high. Now, I know, Mr. Bergeron, as you listen to this, and for how many years we've been working Everglades restoration, that we've learned that the Tamiami Trail acted like a dam. And we even had to remove the old Tamiami Trail so that the one we raised could let the water through, right? Well, this is back to the future. Right. And this plan would cut off the natural areas, and I have some photos that I'll make available, I guess, to Rosie so that she can give each one to the board, of the aerial of US 41 from Tomato Road, where some of you who were on the Picayune Strand Restoration Tour, when we went to look at the culverts yesterday, that's Tomato Road. And it goes Tomato Road all the way across Collier County to 29. And this alternative would have incredible environmental impacts to those natural systems in allowing water to flow. And it would separate them by a levee up to 14 feet high and a road that was built up, taking 41 as it appears now and add more dirt. They'll probably use the trencher from Collier Seminole State Park to continue the work of the past. I don't mean to be alarmist here, but I'm surprised that we're even seeing something like this. So I've had, after I became aware of this and started having some discussions with staff, we came up with a short strategy on how staff was going to reach out and see what the origins of this. But I think we need to address this sooner rather than later. If not, we'd be undoing all of the billions of dollars that we've put into restoration, or the millions of dollars at least in Picayune Strand Restoration Park project, because that's part of 41. We should be raising that section of 41 and putting wildlife crossings under that section. Okay, so I just wanted to make you aware, if you hadn't heard about that already or seen those diagrams, I'm sure staff can provide those to you if you're interested, but it was a major concern of mine when I saw that. One other thing for now, I had the chance to get out in the field with the district scientist, and I want to tell you that we are very fortunate at the district to have such quality, knowledgeable, educated, trained, brilliant scientists. These folks are incredible. And I spent the day at the Loxahatchee Loxahatchee National Wildlife Refuge. I started there at a place called LILA, and it stands for the Loxahatchee Impoundment Landscape Assessment. And I don't know how it got its name because it doesn't reflect how important it is. It's 80 acres separated into 20-acre cells that replicate the Everglades ecosystem on a smaller scale. So scientists and researchers can come to that area. I guess they coordinate with Lawrence and his folks, and they sign up for a 20-acre plot, and they do research. And they're able to test and explore concepts in a smaller scale before they apply it or present it to us to apply it to the greater Everglades. So it's an incredible place. They were kind enough to set a couple of traps, and we pulled up a slew crayfish, a couple of Mayan cichlids that are invasive, and one largemouth bass to check the health of the ecosystem. But LILA, as it's called, adjacent to the Loxahatchee National Wildlife Refuge, is just an incredible place. And I can't thank Dr. Mark Cook and Eric Klein for their candid discussion the whole day. It was absolutely fantastic. I learned a lot. We continued to explore the Northern Everglades, the groundbreaking that we're going to have in the future. We were able to explore that area. I'll know how to find it when I go to attend the event. And also to educate me on the Ridge and Slough. Mr. Bergeron, I was able to see, you talk about the Ridge and Slough of the Everglades and how you remember it, and I can read about it, I can see those pictures, but this time I was able to see an example of what it looks like today. And that was such an incredible experience, and the work that we do is so expansive. It was just amazing. Then, if that day wasn't big enough, we went out with the senior biologist from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, Dr. Gibble, who got an airboat, and we went deep into the Loxahatchee Wildlife Refuge. I was with the district scientist, and we talked about the ecosystem and the impacts and pressures on it, and it was an incredible day. So I want to thank all of those folks. I know as a governing board, that we have, in our tenure, have supported science. And I would like to just put out another comment there that I'm glad that we support science, and we have our own scientist, Cheryl, here on the board. And I hope that we will continue to do that, because this is where we have that science to make those decisions that help move this forward and restore our Everglades. So thank you. That's all I have for now.
Sorry. I'll try to keep this short since I know I've already spoken for a long time. I just wanted to thank the Army Corps of Engineers and thank DEP and thank the South Florida Water Management District, because now the people who are concerned about algae buildup at S308, which is the gate from Port Mayaca and Lake Okeechobee going into the C-44 canal, which leads into the St. Lucie River, can tell if there's algae at the gate. And, Jennifer was talking about the triangle earlier, and in the past, we've used this metaphor for DEP and FDACS and the South Florida Water Management District when it comes to NEEP, but I'm realizing that this triangle metaphor or symbol can be used for everything, because it just stands for working together. It stands for working together, because we can't do it alone. We need each other. And it is just so great that now, because of the three agencies, Army Corps, South Florida Water Management, and DEP in this case, I can go to my computer and see, and people can sign up to get the information and see if there is algae at the gates. And to some, this may seem not that important, but for, we've been in a good place for 4 years. It's been wonderful. But there were some tough times before I got on this board for my community, and I represent more than my community, but of course I'm mostly keyed into where I live. And I mean, the algae outbreaks in the St. Lucie River in 2013 and especially 2016, like a science fiction movie, just flowing out of the inlet, coming back on the beaches, it just dead, smell, everything. And then 2018, which was bad for us, but not what happened in Sanibel. And over here on your west coast, we called it Armageddon. Y'all were experiencing Armageddon. And we cannot ever let that happen again. And so with the things, or the science again, from the triangle or these agencies working together, we can do at least the number one thing, if we can't change it overnight, is we can be forthright and tell the public. Since they're our taxpayers, we can tell them what's going on. And when they just know what's going on, I'm the public too, we feel so much better. And let's say a terrible hurricane comes and that lake is full of algae because it's got some algae in it now at the gates. We won't like it, but we know what happens when a big hurricane comes. But what people want is they want the information. They want to see the information. We go to our phones and I look at the weather. What's the temperature today? People want to go to their phones and see if there's algae at the gate. And they should be able to do that. And now, because of the South Florida Water Management, thank you, Lawrence, they can do that. Drew, and these are huge, huge things. So on behalf of my community, and I think every community, we thank the South Florida Water Management District for the transparency that is coming through, which was the #1 overriding promise of Ron DeSantis, Governor Ron DeSantis, that we would be transparent. We're not holding information. We're letting people know what's going on. We know it's not always great, but if we share it together, we can solve it. So I am forever grateful for that. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Lippisch. Mr. Bergeron.
Boy, it's so hard to talk after Jackie.
It's not true.
The most passionate. I love you, Jackie.
You're famous.
Yeah.
You can do anything.
Yeah. I don't know about that. I'm just a redneck cowboy. But first, I want to thank my board members. What an honor to sit with you. I know I do that at every meeting, but I really, really mean that from my heart, and all the stakeholders. It's amazing, together as we go into the future and come up with solutions. I just want to thank all of you for being a part of saving the Everglades, saving the wildlife, saving the environment and all the plant communities. And at the end of the day, really saving ourselves and our drinking water, the most important resource on the planet, the largest environmental restoration in the history of the world. And Florida and all of you, we can show the world that we can save our planet. So, with all of that, I'd like to say the first time I come to the West Coast, our family's been here 8 generations, which I'm so proud and so blessed to be raised in Florida. Was 75 years ago. Alligator Alley wasn't there, okay? And there were no levees or pump stations. And I remember going to Marco Island. That was my parents' favorite fishing area. And I remember all that was there was little fishing houses, not one hotel. But I believe Marco Island has developed in a very good fashion. The West Coast is taking the environment into consideration as a balance. where development is appropriate in the right areas and preservation in certain areas, and important to have the infrastructure for the jobs and economical growth. And I got to say, I love the West Coast and extremely honored to be here. I remember going on Sanibel Island. The thing I hate about telling these stories, it tells my age, okay? But I went on Sanibel Island, obviously on a ferry. There were no bridges, you know. So there's been a lot of changes, and as we continue to go forward, the West Coast is extremely important. I do want to thank the Southwest Conservancy for hosting us here today, and I come a few hours early yesterday and was able to go into their research center on the python. Very serious invasive snake that's destroying the natural food chain, and without a natural food chain you cannot have a natural environment. So I really applaud them for the advancements that they are bringing to the table, working with our Python team and the FWC's Python team. I attended the FWC yesterday, and I was really honored to be there for 3 people that were being honored. And for me to go to Miami, these people had to be legends and icons. You can imagine me weaving through traffic on my horse, but we have one of them here today, Eric Eichenberg. I want to congratulate you, the Everglades Foundation. Thank you, Eric, for everything you do in the Everglades Foundation. You really set the example as part of the team with all of us. And I was able to honor Ron Miguel from the Miami Zoo, which I love this guy, and I want to congratulate him and Christy Kruger, Channel 10, on the Eco Hero. It was a young lady that won the contest. Well, what a beautiful lady that won this contest, and they highlighted wild Florida. That Florida is just not beaches and hotels, which are good, part of our economy, part of why people come here. But they highlighted the wildlife corridor. They highlighted from Florida Bay, and I was very honored to host them in the Everglades. And believe it or not, we've seen 7 bears at one time, plus nearly everything that lived on Earth before man entered. We didn't see a panther, but there's a lot of them there. So I want to congratulate Ron Miguel and Channel 10, because that reached out to millions of people that basically can be educated. And when you know right from wrong, then you have a voice. So I certainly want to thank them. And there was another gentleman, Roy McBride, and most of you may know this man. He's known as the best cat tracker in the world. And he come into Florida in the 1970s, back when we didn't know if we even had any panthers left. And I've known this gentleman all of his life. He's such a cool guy. He looks like the Marlboro Man with an old sweaty cowboy hat on. And but we were able to find back then a small population. There was interbreeding and genetic problems, and we went to the Louisiana-Texas line and brought in 7 females, no males, and collared them and rejuvenated the gene pool under the leadership of this man, which to me is a legend, Roy McBride. And he was being honored. These are people behind the scenes, but today, because of him and many others as well, and the FWC Panther team and U.S. Fish and Wildlife Panther team. One of the most endangered species on the planet that was in 9 states in the southeastern United States. The only place left with a sustainable population is the Everglades. And what a success story. So I was very honored to be down there and honor Eric and Ron and Roy. To me are icons to work with in the future. The wildlife corridor. As we go forward into the future, I think it's important with our federal partners and all of our stakeholders and South Florida Water Management, all of us, that we need to really evaluate projects that we need to, whether it's an STA, a reservoir, or whatever is necessary to improve the environment. But I think, and I really want to be clear, that as we do that, we need to have a policy that we investigate where we're building these facilities and making sure that they're in an altered environment. That is so important. I do not believe that projects should be built in a natural environment, destroying what we're trying to say. So as we go forward into the future, I think that is extremely, extremely important. When we get into the water condition, John, I do want to talk a little bit about the levels in Lake Okeechobee in Area 2, going into the rainy season. And I will say at the end, the journey of water is the life of Florida, from sawgrass to seagrass. And I can't tell you how honored I am to represent, along with my other board members, all of you, as we together continue to make sure future generations have a quality of life in Florida. So thank you. Sorry to be so long-winded.
Thanks, Mr. Bergeron. Mr. Butler.
I get to follow Mr. Bergeron, the cowboy poet. You got a way with words, sir. On that note, if you want to be like Alligator Ron, I encourage you to go check out the Discovery Center. You have an opportunity to wrangle an alligator, pet a panther, and hug a bear. Go in the center, you'll figure out the exhibit I'm talking about. I did it last night. I have my pictures emailed to me. And so if you want to be like Alligator Ron, check out the Discovery Center the Conservancy Center has here. It's just a couple exhibits in. But on that note, I want to thank Charlotte for hosting us, the governing board member that's hosting us down here. I want to thank the community, and what a neat tour Picayune Strand was yesterday. You know, the Big Cypress Basin, this area of Southwest Florida, you know, I've kind of got Fort Myers, Sanibel figured out. But this is kind of the last area that I had completely figured out. And I still don't have it all figured out. I mean, none of us have any of it all figured out. But I'd done my research, been trying to study before we came down here this week. And of course, pulling up on we were at Faca Union, right? Faca Union pump station. What a massive pump station. But to understand the mega parcel that Golden Gate Estates is, and I think it was referenced earlier, the 22,000 lots that had to be acquired to make this project a reality, and has all been since SERP was authorized. Really, those 22,000 lots I think was since SERP was authorized, the acquiring of those lots, and from willing sellers. Working with 17,000 landowners. One of the research I came across was that in that first, and it was mentioned kind of briefly earlier, but that first year of trying to pick up those lots, they were only able, the staff that was available working on that was only able to process about 1,000 of those deeds. And much like some of the discussion we had on like a particular reservoir that was falling behind, you game out 1,000 deeds a year, boy, it'd be forever. I mean, it'd pick up those 22,000, that's 22 years to make that happen with that current staff. And the Conservancy of Southwest Florida stepped in to help. They brought in interns. I think they mentioned before the computers, or brought in interns that knew how to use computers. This was early on here in the 2000s to help process this stuff. So I really commend the Conservancy of Southwest Florida for all the work they did helping to bring Picayune Strand restoration to life. So I wanted to recognize that. Staff had a great rollout on LOCAR. That was hit the ground running. Governor in January said make it happen. Here we are in March. We got a letter to do the 203 in April. You're already rolling out 3 alternatives. And I look forward to seeing how that progresses. And if it's anything like that, things are going to progress fast. I appreciate the public input. But I congratulate staff on a great initial rollout. This is Everglades Restoration. I'm prepared to be disappointed. I am hopeful for the future because the importance that northern storage, however it is, above ground, below ground, is storage all around Lake Okeechobee. With the lake levels we'll be talking about later, it is so important that we complete storage all the way around the lake. Goes into, Drew, your report, disappointing report. Appreciate you updating us on that. Appreciate your leadership. I myself have struggled with some of the decisions you've had to make. And I'm not going to look back. I'm not going to talk back. That's not this isn't a place to do this right now. But looking forward, keep the pedal to the floor on the C-43 reservoir. The community has spoken, and we all know just how important it is. And I know you and staff have the ability to keep this thing moving. There are a lot of people that are rooting for us, and I think that's, let's keep it rolling. Disappointed to hear some of the things that you're beginning to find out, these new things that keep popping up. Western Everglades, here we are about a northern STA now. I really would like an explanation from the Interior, our federal partner to speak, of what's going on. Our partner, that this thing has been planned for a long time, and now all of a sudden we're backing out on multiple things that they're slowing us down on for Everglades restoration, whether it be an STA, whether it be underground storage. I really would like to get an explanation from the Interior on what's going on and why. But with that in mind, I'm glad to see we're still moving forward on things. Senator Passidomo, appreciate her being here, giving us remarks, echoing some comments, especially from Mr. Bergeron here on the wildlife corridor, and having to make some large investments now because ultimately, and I can picture that Ocala to Osceola County corridor. You got the villages there in the middle. We all know how things are growing. And once you get that final crop in of rooftops, asphalt, and pavement, there is no going back. So I appreciate the investment that our state is putting into that. Along with that investment, I'll remind us that public ownership of land, there is a responsibility to caretake that land. And I do think the senator did hint at that on some things. Final point, Ms. Reynolds, appreciate the update on Lower Kissimmee STA. look forward to hearing more about it soon. And as that project progresses, I do have one more point I skipped over here. As that project progresses, I continue to encourage, and I've talked to you, and I've talked to Megan, I've talked to others about learning what we can about that property before we turn the first bit of dirt. The Blue-Green Algae Task Force, when they last met, I think in January, one of the things that Dr. Wendy Graham brought up, and the rest of the members there really agreed, is the need to study legacy nutrients. And, you know, what better situation than a sub-basin, S154C, that I think when you game it out on unit area load is one of the most impaired basins. At the end of the day, all it is today is a working cattle ranch. Low input working cattle ranch, yet it's one of the higher unit area loads that we have seen in the past. So I encourage us to learn more about what that is.
Are you talking about what Ms. Reynolds was saying on the right-hand side, lower right-hand side?
Well, it's the upper portion, the first portion of
The upper portion?
Yeah, the cells 1 through 4.
Okay.
That in itself is its own sub-basin.
And that's a working cattle ranch?
Is. I mean, that was what we approved. That's where we're going to put that's where EIP is putting the STA at.
Okay. Thank you.
Has been for many years, long time. The Durr family has had that property for many, many years. But I encourage us to research that and learn. Finally, I skipped over it, but yeah, purple reuse. I got my purple shirt on today. I did take the memo that we were business casual today, so I didn't put the jacket on. Before I got that memo, my wife did get me a purple tie for my birthday. So I'm a little in trouble here because I didn't wear the purple tie today. But I just wasn't going to do it with, without jacket. But I do want to say that, and water reuse does mean a lot to me. On my farm, we, as well as other farms like mine, we recycle water on average about 5 times through that process, and it's water reuse is important, and part of that water reuse goes to your point, your challenge, Ms. Colonel Roman, is that we monitor the nutrient level in that water, so that then when we finally put that water back out on irrigation, we know how much the crop's going to uptake, and we know what additives we need to put on the field to complement that reuse water we're using. That's something that we do as farmers. And it is something that, we're working on a larger scale than a home, than somebody with a yard. But whatever techniques, whatever can be done to help put information in homeowners' hands to just on the value that's provided in that water, reuse water, but also how to properly use it. I think so. You're on a good mission there, and I support everything you do. With that, that's my comments.
Thanks, Mr. Brother. Mr. Bergeron, you have something you want to say? You have your light on. I don't know if that was okay.
Thank you.
Itchy trigger finger. I get it. The nice thing about having such eloquent and hardworking board members is they say it all, so I don't have much to say, which is good, so I'll be brief. I would like to thank Audubon, Florida for the great tour we had of the Corkscrew Swamp the other day. That was fun. It was nice to get out and walk on that boardwalk. I haven't done it since I was a kid, so that was excellent. Drew, thank you for your comments on the C-43. Thanks, staff, for working so hard on that. I know it's not an easy decision. It's the right decision. It's not easy, and I know it's taking a lot of time. And I think that ultimately the C-43 reservoir is going to be built faster, so I thank you for that. I don't know if you all have been receiving letters about Palmar, but I've received a ton, and I haven't been responding to them because I know there's potential litigation there, but I do want to assure people who've been writing those letters that I do read them. I have been talking to staff about it, and Jackie, I think you and Jay probably are working that issue too because it's in your district, so I just want to say that. Drew mentioned a trip to DC. I also want to say that it's amazing how our Florida delegation understands our issues. They know our issues, their staffs know our issues, and that's really encouraging. So I think we're only going to see good things coming out of that in the future. We are now to consent. So if there's a board member who want to move any items to consent, from consent to discussion, let me know. Hearing none, is there any public comment on consent?
Bob Middleton?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Board. My name is Bob Middleton. I'm the Public Works Director for the City of Naples, and it's great to see you in your purple. And that's the topic I want to talk about is item 22, which is Water Reuse Week. To give you an idea of our partnership with the Big Cypress Basin and the Water Management District, the city's been a reclaimed water utility since 1988. In the year 2000, we expanded our wastewater treatment plant to an advanced wastewater treatment plant with nutrient removal and high-level disinfection. In the year 2006, we went to City Council with an alternative water supply plan to expand our reclaimed water system to residential areas. Created partnership number one. Partnership number two is we needed more reclaimed water than what we had in treated wastewater to supply the needs that we wanted as an alternative water supply. Number two was a pump station on the Golden Gate Canal, which pumped fresh water to our wastewater treatment plant as an alternative or a supplemental supply. And number three was aquifer storage and recovery wells to store excess water during the dry season to be able to meet our demands during the wet season and meet our demands during the dry season. What does that all mean? Prior to expansion of the reclaimed water system, the city's water treatment plant was using about 18 million gallons a day of groundwater out of the lower Tamiami aquifer to supply our potable water needs. Not only needs of the city of Naples residents, but our distribution system expands out into unincorporated Collier County. Since we incorporated that program, we cut 5 million gallons a day off of that water supply. That's 25% of our potable water needs, and have maintained that since we completed that expansion in 2016. So I'd like to recognize Lisa Keeler, representing us in the Big Cypress Basin, Mark Elsner on the East Coast at the Water Management District, and you, Ms. Roman, for representing us not only on the board of the Big Cypress Basin, but also the Water Management District. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Middleton. Mr. Chairman, there is no more public comment on the consent agenda.
Thanks, Rosie. Thanks for your comment. Can I have a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda?
I'll make a motion.
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second.
Either way.
Either way. I have a motion and a second. Is there further discussion? Hearing none, I'll call that question on items 14 through 25. Mr. Butler?
Yes.
Mr. Bergeron?
Yes.
Mr. Olovich?
Yes.
Colonel Roman?
Yes.
Ms. Meads?
Yes.
I'm going to vote yes. That passes unanimously. Thanks very much. I think I'm going to call an audible and move item 27 to 26, or either way around. We're going to talk about the item that most people think you guys probably all have comments on, and I don't want to make you wait any longer than you have to. So, Ms. Reynolds, if you can do that, that'd be great.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Governing board members, I'm excited to bring an opportunity to the board today. This opportunity is to protect and connect some really special lands right here in Collier County. Wild Landscapes International is a Florida-based nonprofit. It's an organization that's dedicated to conserving large and connected landscapes globally significant to wildlife and crucial to local communities. Of no surprise, they identified something right here in Collier County in the Global Everglades. And they worked with the Florida legislature, and last year the Florida legislature appropriated funding and directed the Water Management District to acquire lands that were dubbed the Green Heart of the Everglades. The Green Heart of the Everglades is the lands that are located on this slide in this light yellow color outlined in red. It completes a connection between millions of acres of publicly owned preservation lands. Let me orient you to this picture a little bit. I know the words are really small, but this hatched area in the upper left-hand side of the slide, that's the Picayune Strand. This green area here is Fakahatchee Strand Preserve State Park. Here on the right-hand side of the potential acquisition is Big Cypress National Preserve. And underneath, at the bottom, is Everglades National Park. The space that we're talking about today in this yellow is over 11,000 acres. So how big is 11,000 acres, right? Because this looks kind of small on the map. But the reason it looks small is because the spaces around it are so large. 11,000 acres. That's bigger than the city of Naples. Colonel Roman, that's bigger than Marco Island. Chairman, Sanibel Island could fit inside this acquisition. Right? This is a big space. But words alone can't really describe how special this place is, so I wanted to share a few pictures. I'll start with the 4 primary Everglades habitats that are located on these lands. It contains cypress forests, really important wetland prairies that we talked about when we were out at Corkscrew this week, coastal marshes, and one of the rarest habitats in the United States, mangrove swamps. Mangrove swamps make up over 25% of this acquisition alone. And all of these habitats support an amazing variety of plant communities, including over 120 state-listed plant species. 36 different species of orchids have been identified on these properties, including the elusive and rare ghost orchid. The region also supports a wide variety of animals. 9 federally listed animal species and over 31 state-listed animals of special concern. Those include iconic species like the Florida panther, the black bear, the American crocodile, and the Everglades snail kite. But also are maybe less commonly known but equally important species like the Halloween pennant dragonfly, the rare Everglades mink that I long to see one, the big cypress fox squirrel, and a host of other animals and birds. But there's one special animal we haven't talked about yet who call these lands home, and those are humans. And some of the people who live here, who work here, who recreate here are in our audience today. And I personally love this space. This is a place where my family goes, and we visit sites in Naples, but we stay in Everglades City. My kids learned to kayak in the 10,000 Islands. They learned about the Everglades on airboat tours. And they learned about the difference and the special places about cypress forests on swamp buggy rides in this area. And I hope and I'm sure that some of the people here today will share the experiences that they have in these special places, and they will share the generations of history associated with not just the plant and animal communities, but the human communities that love and want to protect these special places. So we know the importance that the lands have, not just to the environment, but to the people who enjoy them. And we're committed to working with stakeholders to develop a land management strategy that allows for sustainable public use of these special places. So let me tell you about this acquisition by the numbers. We have 11,053 acres for a purchase price of $29,850,000. This is an aggregation of 4 different private landowners that came together with the help of Wild Landscapes in order to bring this acquisition really to fruition. And it's not just the land, but important in this area, it includes all of the underlying oil and mineral rights. So this acquisition will protect these spaces not only from development, but also from oil exploration and mineral extraction. It enhances habitat connectivity and really preserves these exceptional Florida lands for the animals and the people who enjoy them most. As you consider this acquisition, I actually have 2 resolutions for you, and let me explain why that is. The first resolution is for the acquisition itself, acquiring the land, and the second resolution is associated with the funding because, as was mentioned earlier, this funding was provided by the Florida legislature, so we have to request the funding through FDEP, and that's what the second resolution is for. I know that was a short presentation for a really exciting opportunity, but I'm happy to take any questions, and I know that there will be public comment associated with this.
We'll do public comment first, and then we'll come back to you, so you don't have to stand up.
Thank you, Chairman.
Rosie, is there a lot of public comment on this?
There is, Mr. Chairman. We
Great.
have about
So-
15.
Okay, so everyone has 3 minutes. You don't have to use it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, we're going to start with the Mayor of Everglades, Howie Grimm.
Thank you for having us. First off, I tell everybody everywhere I go I'm not a politician. And I think I proved that by not speaking first. Because I've already been gone. But no, we're excited that you're acquiring this property for a couple of reasons. One, because we don't want development there either. And we don't want drilling. Excuse me, I get a little nervous started. Once I get geared up, I'll be out of time. But no, and Everglades City's doing its part. Every business in Everglades City depends on good water quality. Every single one, inadvertently or directly. Myself, I don't have anything to do with airboats, but I do stone crabs. So that's where what mine comes in. But just the airboats, and I'm going to get into some other details, but I want to let you know how big that just the airboats that run in this it's a small quarter of this property that you're acquiring that we would like to ask permission to work with you to see if we can work something out. And I want to invite you, if you want to do some workshops, you're welcome to come to Everglades City, use our city hall. We have Zoom, so it'd be a lot easier for a lot of people to Zoom into it. So you're welcome to come to Everglades City and spend some time in the hotel that she stays at. I believe is the Ivy House. It's a really nice place, but there's other places as well. But Everglades City's doing its part for clean water. We're building a brand new wastewater treatment plant that Senator Pasadomo had a big part in, and so did DEP as well, because we come up with a shortfall with the increase in prices and stuff. But as soon as we get that completed, our next big project in that arena is to take everybody in the area off of septic. Everybody with Plantation Island and the rest of Chokoloskee, we want to do the best job that we can do as a city to make sure that we're doing our part to keep the water clean. And this new facility that we're building is state-of-the-art. It's going to do so much better, which we have a temporary plant there working now, but that just shows how much the city has grown. We had some problems, some failures, and we stepped in ourselves, didn't even have to ask for any money from DEP and put a temporary plant in place that's doing the job like it should be done as well. But, Zach gave me a bunch of talking points, and I usually get off track, but I just want you to understand how much that this affects the city with jobs, with these airboat tours. These airboat tours alone, not including any other business and not that they're taking any other rides, just the people that rode the airboats has been just under 200,000 to a little over 200,000 people a year, just in this one section. It's not a big section, but I just want you to know there's a lot of lives. A lot of people in here is going to be real passionate because it's their livelihood. I understand because, we went through 2 hurricanes where people have recovered, and then back in the past we went through the net ban. A lot of these people that run these airboats are 5th and 6th There may even be some 7th generation people. So they give a history lesson on these eco tours on these airboats as well. And they speak about, there's some Danielses in the room and everything else that really speak some history, that where their family grew up and all. So it really is a little bit different than any just touristy airboat rides. A lot of these guys were fishermen before NetBand went through. We had to find some other way to make a living. They had adapted. And I'm not saying that if this is not able to be used by the airboats, it'll be destruction for the city, but it'll be devastating, without a doubt. It'll take us a long time to recover. Well, in a city that has 352 people, that we have to keep our water plant running, wastewater treatment plant running. If it wasn't for Senator Pasadomo, we would be in trouble, because she's a huge assistance to us. But if you have any questions for me, but feel free, please reach out. I got some cards if I need to leave them somewhere. You get a hold of city clerk, because she is who I work for. I'm just a face. But no, we'd love to work with you on working something out to where these guys could continue to run. And some other things too. Anything that you need from us to do, to work together, we'll be more than happy to. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Grimm. Next, we have Eric Eichenberg, followed by Edward Ornstein, and then Brad Cornell.
Mr. Chairman, good morning. I want to congratulate Rob and the Conservancy for hosting y'all today here. The foundation, Eric Eichenberg, on behalf of the Everglades Foundation, here in support of the item before you, I want to commend Drew and the staff for getting to this point and having this presentation of this item positioned for your consideration. I'll say this is a great example of the private sector working with non-government organizations and the state of Florida, the Water Management District, to really take advantage of an opportunity that doesn't come around very often. And I want to publicly acknowledge the leadership of David Houghton, Wild Landscapes, who came to the Everglades Foundation with this opportunity. Who came to the organization with the opportunity. We were able to go out on the property in late 2021 to see it, and as Jennifer had pictures, it is pristine, from the uplands to the wetlands, all the way down to the bay there to see the mangroves. It is spectacular. So again, to have this opportunity is something that we urge you to consider, to take advantage of it. Thank you. There we go. To take advantage of this opportunity, I will say too that once the opportunity was described, working in Tallahassee, the governor, I want to thank the governor for his support in this year's budget, this appropriation potentially for this purchase. Also to the Senate President for her leadership and support of the item as well. The legislature stepped up to ensure that the dollars are available to the district. I also want to acknowledge the Collier family for them to come forward, to put this on the table, to have negotiations to get again to this point. The family stepped up. They're conservationists at heart. They understand the need to protect these lands, and I want to acknowledge them and to thank them as well. And then finally, this is important for future generations to see where this is nestled right in between all of these natural preserves, Everglades National Park, a state preserve. The green heart of the Everglades will beat strongly for a long, long time. I urge you to consider this, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Eichenberg. Edward Ornstein is our next public commenter, followed by Brad Cornell. And if you wouldn't mind, when you hear your name, start making your way over to the mics, that would be great. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Edward Ornstein. I am the Special Counsel on Environmental Affairs for the Miccosukee Tribe of Indians of Florida. I want to thank the board for the opportunity to speak to y'all this morning and to represent the Miccosukee. Miccosukee people have a very long history here. That is perhaps an understatement. Before the arrival of non-native folks in Collier County, the Miccosukee people have hunted and fished this land for generations. The wildlife of this region is imprinted upon the Miccosukee psyche and culture. There are traditional clan camps throughout Collier County, in Big Cypress and Collier Seminole State Park. Those clan camps and the clans that inhabit them take their name from the wildlife of this region, from the panther, from the otter, from the birds. I drove past 10 or 15 clan camps on the way out here from Miami-Dade. So I think it's clear that the Miccosukee have a vested interest in the land and water of this county, and ensuring that that water stays clean, that the wildlife stay on the land, and that future generations may enjoy the gifts of our Mother Everglades. We know the importance of preserving a wildlife corridor because the Miccosukee and the Seminole people protected Florida's original wildlife corridor. The Miccosukee and Seminole people watched that wildlife corridor get fragmented by infrastructure, by settlement. So the actions that the board can take today are incredibly important to restoring that natural condition by which animal, fish, bird, and man can flourish. I'm grateful that I had the opportunity to actually go out to this parcel to help survey the land, look for species of note that we want to make sure are protected. I saw an American crocodile. I saw white-tailed deer. I saw 2 horseshoe crabs mating. You know? In the weekend that we went out there with the district, with Wild Landscapes, just the weekend, we visually identified some 400 species. This is an incredibly ecologically rich area. And this is just one acquisition of many that's necessary to safeguard the Everglades. We're working with Wild Landscapes and the Department of Interior to try to perfect the protection of the mineral rights under Big Cypress and under Florida Panther National Wildlife Refuge. It'll take all of us in Tallahassee and DC and in this room to perfect the protection of the Everglades, but putting this property into conservation is a great first step. Mado, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ornstein. Brad Cornell is our next public commenter, followed by Nicole Johnson, and then Bruce Mitten.
Hello, Mr. Chair and governing board members. I'm Brad Cornell, and I'm here on behalf of Audubon Western Everglades, which is the Collier County chapter of Audubon, and Audubon Florida, which we were very happy to host some of you out at Corkscrew Swamp Sanctuary 2 days ago, and that was a real privilege and a good conversation, if a little bit sweaty. I do want to completely endorse the comments of the previous speakers, Mayor Grimm and Eric Eichenberg and Ed Ornstein. Audubon supports this proposed acquisition. This is it's an in-holding that should have been acquired a long time ago. It fits importantly in the large landscape that is ecologically important, as being protected and managed and restored. So we do support this acquisition. I also want to, it was eye-catching on your agenda. It's not a small piece of land, so these kinds of acquisitions don't come up very often. So it raised some questions in our mind, so we were very appreciative of your staff's engaging with us in answering our questions, particularly led by Sean Cooley. So thank you very much to your staff for engaging in that and assuring that this is that this acquisition process is transparent and has great integrity to set the stage for even more acquisitions in the future. So that's really important. And the last thing I just want to ask for consideration of is, assuming that this moves forward, and we hope that it does, we urge you to consider the management of this land that Senator Passidomo referenced in her comments earlier. It'll be important, whoever ultimately manages this in perpetuity, that they have the resources to do that properly. So that will be important, whether that's Fakahatchee Strand or whomever it is. If it's you all, we need to be assured that this land will be managed as well as acquired. So thank you very much. We do urge your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cornell. Nicole Johnson, followed by Bruce Mitten, and then Matt Schwind.
Good morning. For the record, Nicole Johnson here on behalf of the Conservancy of Southwest Florida, and I'll join my Conservancy colleagues who have already welcomed you, and we're thrilled that you chose Naples, chose the Conservancy for this meeting. And I really can't think of a more appropriate project for you to be talking about sitting here in Collier County than the green heart of the Everglades. The Conservancy is very supportive of you moving forward with the acquisition, with both of the resolutions, and this area really shows that it takes time for these things to happen. As we were reflecting back on Southern Golden Gate Estates acquisition, this doesn't date back quite as far, but the Conservancy had some of these lands targeted for further discussion for conservation actually well over 20 years ago. And we found these areas so important that when we entered into a settlement agreement with Collier Enterprises over a marina project called Hamilton Harbor, this was back in 2003, Hamilton Harbor was constructed. I'm proud to say that it's smaller than originally proposed, much less mangrove impact, but we included in that settlement that Conservancy and Collier Enterprises would talk about their parcels, their land holdings in this very area. We had some meetings. There wasn't a lot of momentum at that time, so we really congratulate David and Wild Landscapes for building on the momentum that seems to be here. And it feels like everything is just converging so beautifully. The funding is there. The willingness of landowners to come to the table for selling is there. We're very, very thrilled that the oil and gas rights are going to be part of this acquisition. So there's still a lot of work to be done, of course, on the management plan, but we ask that you move this forward. It's a very, very exciting opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Our next public commenter is Bruce Mitten, followed by Matt Schwind, and then Ricky Smith.
Thank you, Board. I'm Bruce Minton, owner of Everglades City Airboat Tours. I do want to thank you for the opportunity to be able to meet every one of you and talk to you, explain to you our situation. Our family for many generations has been in Everglades City, and we employ the locals to do the tourism, to teach people about the Everglades. That's what we do in our business. If you was to go on my website, you'll see that's our keynote, teaching them about the Everglades and how it works. What I would say to you, and I don't want to take too much time because you've already graciously given me some time, is that when you go to accept this item, to buy this land, I would like to ask you to please include either in writing or verbal today, so it's in the minutes, that we as operators can continue our heritage and our way of life here. I think about Mr. Collier, who developed Everglades City in Collier County 100 years ago. We just had a celebration down in Everglades City last week about this. And one of his grandsons was there, and he said to the community, my grandfather would be happy to see what's coming about in the Everglades and about the city. The last thing we need to do is to see the very thing where he built the county seat, where he had everything to develop this county that y'all are all fighting to preserve, to allow Everglades City, the jewel, to become collateral damage. And just as our mayor said, this involves a lot of money. What y'all are paying for this piece of property annually is what comes into Everglades City directly and indirectly through and off the backs of the airboats. I'd be more than happy to spend any time with you answering any questions you have later on. Our family's been at this for 41 years. And we would love to continue it. My kids are working with me. My grandkids are coming up in it. It's our way of life. You know, we're not millionaires. We don't have 20 other businesses we can fall back on. This is it. And if you don't consider us, we're concerned that we are not going to be there. This has happened twice to us already in the past, where lands were taken by federal agencies and we had no choice. We had to move on. If you take this little piece, as Jennifer pointed out, it looks like a little piece, and it's great, it is. It's a little piece. You have a vast area. But that little piece is a gem that feeds the gem. And we need to have access to it. And myself, my employees, and different ones in the community, we're willing to sit down, work, and talk with y'all at any given time to help move things forward. But if you're not going to put it in your agenda when you vote today, that we can be a part of this and that we can continue, I ask you to, one, either say no to this or table it, because this is very important to us. Just as it's important to y'all to preserve the wildlife, the wetlands and all that, this is important to us too. Thank you much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Mitney.
Good morning, Board. My name is Matt Schwind. I live at 103 Osprey Court, Everglades City. I'm an airboat operator at Jungle Herbs on 41, which is just west of State Road 29 in Everglades City. A little nervous here, guys. This takes a lot for me. We operate scenic airboat tours, also on land owned by CDC Land Investments and land owned by our company. We have a lease agreement with CDC and also worked out well with them throughout these years. Now, we've been a good neighbor, but once South Florida Water Management District purchases this land, we have been told that you intend to continue the same agreement with the airboat operators that worked well for years. We were told that you will enter into a new lease that allows us to continue to operate. I'm here today to ask if that's true. This is my livelihood. This is my family's livelihood, and it is an important industry. Ecotourism, airboats. The city relies on every bit of that to make this ecosystem work. We are asking the district to continue to allow the airboat tours to operate. We have successfully done so for many years and worked with the city and private owners to keep the businesses in place. If that happens, we support your purchase. If not, it would severely harm our livelihood and many in the community. We're looking forward to working with you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Schwein. Ricky Smith is our next public commenter, followed by Tomek Dow, and then Ernie Cox.
Thank you, Board, for your time. I reiterate everything the Mayor, Matt, Bruce, everybody. Again, I'm sixth generation from Everglades City. I've been involved in this airboat tour business since the mid-90s. My three sons also work with me. My wife will real soon. I'm 65. I'm not ready to start a new business or to drive somewhere else to, to actually try to start this all over again. A little late for me. As Matt said, I actually work with Captain Jack's Jungle Herbs right next door to Bruce. We've been working with the Colliers for quite a few years along with some other people. We're good stewards of what we do. Otherwise, they wouldn't have let us been there or actually be there as long as we have. So we do have, the Jungle Herbs does have some leases through them. Captain Jack's doesn't, but we still run up on that property, which is all navigable waters up in there. We're regulated through the Coast Guard. We're regulated somewhat through the city. They only allow so many boats to run in the city, so it's not like anybody else can come in there and buy more license and put a bunch of boats in there. What's there is going to be there. What we ask of you, and I'm nervous too, not that you can tell, right? Scared to death up here. But, just work with the city. We would like to see the city work with you guys to oversee at least that one little piece and make sure that everything is done the way you want it done, that we can still continue our livelihood. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Tomek Dow, followed by Ernie Cox, and then Stephen Lentz.
Good morning. My name is Tomek Dow, and I am here on behalf of Everglades Isle. Everglades Isle is a luxury motorhome resort and marina in Everglades City. We're the first driveway on the right as you enter the city. One of the big draws to our resort is ecotourism and fishing in the Barren River and the surrounding parks and conservation land. I wanted to make a public comment today to thank everyone involved for their hard work in putting this acquisition deal together, including Wild Landscapes International, South Florida Water Management District, the state, and the Collier family. Large regional conservation projects like this are difficult to pull off and have tremendous impact on complex ecosystems. So thank you again for your hard work. Everglades Isle fully supports this project. The purchase of mineral rights will protect Big Cypress and the Panther Refuge for generations to come, and the purchase of 11,000 acres of private land connects large swaths of conservation land in southern Florida. Over at Everglades Isles, we have been following the Green Heart deal since August of last year. Mr. Houghton actually took a cold call from me. And we have been reaching out to business owners, restaurants, airboat companies, residents, stone crabbers, fishing guides, eco-tour guides, city officials, and other stakeholders about what the Green Heart deal may mean for the city and what sort of public access they envision. We are excited for the opportunity of public access to these lands, and Everglades Isle hopes to participate in discussions regarding a conscientious and sustainable land management plan that takes into account the impact on our local community, the environment, the ecosystem, and recreational public uses. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Mr. Dow. Ernie Cox, followed by Stephen Lentz, and then Dennis Guess.
Thank you. Well, good morning, good afternoon. It's great to be here. Southwest Florida, as you know, is a special place, and I'm just pleased as I could possibly be to be here today on behalf of Wild Landscapes with David Houghton, the founder. David and I got to know each other with the establishment of the Everglades Headwaters National Wildlife Refuge and Conservation Area, a little project called Hatchnahaw Ranch. More recently, and close to home for the chairman, we helped Lee County and the Ding Darling Wildlife Society with the acquisition of Wolford Bayous, the last undeveloped subdivision in Sanibel Island. And so this one, I'm just, there's so many people to thank, but I've only got a few minutes. I first and foremost want to thank David for the opportunity to work with Wild Landscapes on this acquisition. As you all know, I started this little company about 16 years ago to try to make a real difference in Florida's environment. And this is another big chunk that, of many other big chunks that we hope to accomplish. I want to thank the Collier family and both sides, the Baron Collier Company and Collier Enterprises, for being willing to consider this idea. Certainly Senator Passidomo here today, fantastic. The legislature, the governor's vision, and all the great work that's being done in conservation. And then your staff. This is a complicated deal. It's for property owners. It's oil and gas interests. It's title. There's a lot of complexity, and your staff all the way through at every level has been tremendous. And so it's a very unique opportunity. It's a very unique community. And my final comments and the commitment to go forward is it needs a very unique management plan. If you have not been to Everglades City, please go. It's an incredible place. I've had a chance to meet 8th generation families still in operation and in business there. Great restaurants, great fishing. And these eco-tours, if you have not taken one on an airboat, go take one. Because you see a part of Florida that you just don't see. And the fact that 200,000 people a year get to go see that part of Florida, many of those are voters that are supporting conservation acquisition. And so they get out to see it, feel it. And you know what, when they're done, they go to a restaurant, stay in a hotel, hire a fishing guide. So the businesses have to continue. And we did this with Babcock Ranch. In most cases, acquisition takes place, businesses go away. In Babcock, farming, timber harvesting, cattle ranching, eco-tours, we can do this. And so I'm certainly committed to staying engaged in this process. I want to spend more time in Everglades City, and look forward to working with you all, should you approve this, to work with the community and Everglades City, and let's make this a very unique management plan that allows these folks to continue their livelihood and builds on this great acquisition. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Cox. Stephen Lentz, followed by Dennis Guess, and then Blake Harrison.
Good afternoon, Governing Board and Chairman. I'm very emotional. I'm sorry. I just pray that you guys really consider the families in the town. It breaks my heart to see that nothing is in writing, and to know that June 1st, we could be done. And the town, what's left of it? Nothing. Restaurants, they're not gonna come from Naples to go to these restaurants. I'm sorry, it's just not gonna happen. They've got great food, but they're not gonna come. There's just not. And I'm sorry, I don't mean to take up your time being emotional, but guys, it's my heart. This is a multi-generational families that have been doing this, whether it's for Captain Jacks or the original Everglades City. All these guys have families. Please, please take that into consideration before you make this decision. Make sure it's in writing. Make sure we're going to be there. Please, thank you. I'm sorry. I had so much more to say, but... Hey.
Good afternoon. My name is Dennis Guess, and resident of Everglades City, an owner and operations manager at Everglades Isle Resort, which you've heard of. I just wanted to come here on behalf of Everglades Isle to show and support for the project and say thank you for putting it all together. We're at Everglades Isle is looking forward to the possibilities of public access to this land. And Everglades Isle would like very much to be involved and to help in the land management plan discussions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Guest. Blake Harrison, followed by Marissa Caroso, and then Matt DePaulis.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm going to make this pretty quick. It was a very nice meeting most of you last night and getting to discuss kind of ideas where you're sitting at and also not knowing where we are and our point of views. A little nervous. I've been sitting for 3 hours. Excuse me. Basically, keep these things in the notes, put things on paper, black and white, as far as moving forward and coming down to the city. I know most of y'all have, you've vocalized that already, but coming down to do something more with bills, amendments, and to get something going that is only benefit for us, but as far as you as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Blake Harrison, followed by Marissa Caroso, and then Matt DePaulis. Marissa?
Good afternoon, governing board members. I'm Marissa Caroso, and I'm here on behalf of the National Parks Conservation Association. And first off, I would also like to join everyone in welcoming you to Naples. And I'd also like to take a quick moment to thank the board and staff for making it a priority to hold these traveling meetings all throughout the year. We know it takes extra planning and, of course, time for both board and staff to travel, and we want to know that it's recognized and appreciated. So as Chair Goss mentioned earlier, going towards the end of the public commenting train means that so many excellent comments have already been made. So let me join others in saying that NPCA would like to express our strong support for the acquisition of the Green Heart of the Everglades project before you today. This is a really significant opportunity to enhance ecological connectivity between existing protected areas and throughout the community, including not one, but 2 national park units, Everglades National Park and Big Cypress National Preserve. So we know that South Florida, and this region in particular, is home to some of the most unique and biodiverse habitats in the country, as well as some of the most iconic and wildlife and plant species, like the Florida panther and ghost orchid. And protecting these important species and their habitats that sustain them are, of course, critical importance to sustaining our communities as well, like the mangrove habitats that make us more resilient to climate change and storm surge. And this is, of course, juxtaposed with the continued growth and development in the region that continues to chip away at remaining habitat. So we are especially pleased also to see that the acquisition includes the purchase of all oil, gas, and mineral rights, because as we have seen firsthand in Big Cypress National Preserve, the integrity of these landscapes can be severely damaged by oil and gas exploration activities. So in sum, we fully support the Water Management District moving forward with the acquisition, and a special note of thanks to all who have worked to get these over 11,000 acres acquired and protected in perpetuity, wild landscapes, the landowners, the agencies, the legislature, and the whole community of stakeholders represented here today. And we look forward to the future management process. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Caroso. Matt DePaulis?
Governing Board, Matt DePaulis, representing Sanibel Captiva Conservation Foundation. Really easy to go towards the end in something like this because all the great points have been made already. This is such an important acquisition SCCF started as a land trust. We firmly believe that the best way to protect land is to buy it and conserve it. So we're looking forward and strongly support this acquisition and a robust management practice that's going to protect the land and protect the interests associated with it. Love to see that the oil and gas rights are also being acquired with this property. I think that we all know how important the Everglades is and the connectivity of these ecosystems surrounding the Everglades. So to see something like this come up to, and be available for purchase, it just gives me a lot of hope for what Everglades restoration is going to look like into the future. And the first step is going to be something like this, where we can have different stakeholders working together to protect the land, protect the communities around it, and protect all of South Florida. So I strongly support the acquisition of this land and look forward to seeing a continuance of the restoration of America's Everglades. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't have any additional comment cards. I want to make sure that I got Blake Harrison. Good? Okay, great. Mr. Chairman, I don't have any more comment cards.
Thanks. I know that Councilman McComas is here. Did you comment or did you want to?
No.
Okay. Thanks.
Thanks, Chauncey.
Ms. Reynolds, is there, I'm sure there is. Go ahead, Mr. Bergeron.
Mr. Chair, if you don't mind, this is true. You know, we've been working on this issue for the last 48 hours, actually a couple of weeks, because we know this conservation of these lands is critically important, but we also know public access to the lands and to the way of life in Everglades City is also very important. And so I have directed staff to start engaging the airboat operation facilities and the ecotour facilities in Everglades City so that we have a lease in place for them to continue their activities come June 1st while we work out this management plan, because long-term management, as we've said many times today, is critical to have understood, to have to do it well. And I think there's opportunity here to manage the land for the ecosystem that's involved while providing that public access and the ecotourism, which is also important at the same time. So I know Jennifer Reynolds and her staff are getting busy on that. And so Jennifer, I don't know if you have anything to share along those lines.
Yeah, let me share two things. First, I wanted to go back to the map just real quickly to make sure that I orient all the board members who maybe aren't totally familiar with Everglades City if you haven't been there. So on this map, you know, this is the parcel that we're talking about, and this is Everglades City right here. Okay, so this you can tell it's a little, you know, on the satellite imagery, you can tell that there's homes and buildings and things there. That's Everglades City right there, right in the heart of the green heart of the Everglades. And this is Chokoloskee down here. And so those are terms that you heard some people talk about. So that's where we're talking about. So this is really an integral part of this acquisition. And so starting today, with the contacts that I've gotten this week, Ray Palmer, who is responsible for our real estate entity at the district, he has started reaching out to folks who have current leases associated with these properties in order to set up short-term, one-year leases as we work through the land management plan. And so our intent is to ensure that these folks have the opportunity to continue their businesses while we work out how any longer-term leases or land management activities would unfold. We think that'll take, you know, a series of conversations and several months to work out, and so we want to make sure that we have something in place before we close on this acquisition, should you approve it. We have that tentatively scheduled for 1 June, and so we want to get busy and get those leases in place before that time.
Thanks, Ms. Reynolds. Thanks, Drew. Mr. Bergeron, you still have a comment?
Well, I think this is one of the greatest preservation pieces of property that I've ever seen, going all the way back to the establishment of the Big Cypress Preserve, which was the first preserve in America, not a national park. And when you look back to 1974, it was the Colliers, it was these families that I can understand their concerns. And I apologize, I'm supposed to be this big alligator wrestler, but
Cowboys do cry, sir.
With broken ribs.
but let me try to finish here. You know, I think the important thing is the preservation of this land is, I mean, it's spectacular. But I think that it's important that the traditional culture, the heritage, the roots, and the identity is a part of that. And, you know, I go back to the Big Cypress Preserve, and it was all the Glazemans that it was not only my family, but all these people here today, and many others, that the greatest preservation in modern time was the Big Cypress Preserve. And it's not a national park, it's a national preserve. And for many, many years, the federal government was trying to manage it as a national park. And so I can understand their concern. But I compliment the state and South Florida Water Management before I was a board member in how we recognize sustainable access. And matter of fact, you see how pristine this is. And you see how they not only make a living, but they educate the world to the importance of the environment. You know, to enter with sustainable access, to share that with the world, it's taxpayers' money, sustainably. And when you look at this today, and they've been operating, it's absolutely gorgeous. You don't see the impact from sustainable access. So they play a big role in the economy. They make a living with it, but they do much more than that. They educate the world to one of the natural wonders of the world. So I think it's important that we make sure that there is sustainable access and enjoyment, and that the economy benefits, and the world gets to enjoy it, to see the beauty of God's landscaping, the wildlife, the sunsets. I can remember, and y'all have heard me say this many times, I entered it when I was 3 years old. And I know that they can trust the state of Florida and our agency to make sure that we end up with some of the greatest preservation I've ever seen we're talking about, but at the same time, be able to have the economy and be able to educate. And I apologize for being emotional, but I feel, because a lot of people don't trust government, but I think our record has proven, even with the camps that are in the Everglades, the old Glazman's camps that were permitted back in 1999 by this agency, as long as they followed all of the environmental requirements. And these are families just like these families that have been on these islands for years, and they've been good caretakers, and they've been the eyes and ears of the environment. And I apologize for talking so much, but I think it's, I can't help myself. It's just a wonderful day, and let's work with Everglades City, let's work with the Gladesman culture, and let's let other people fall in love with this environment. And you can't fall in love with something that you can't go in with sustainable access and be able to see it and feel it. And then we'll have more people wanting to save the environment. So, thank you.
Thanks. Thanks, Mr. Bergeron, for your insights on that. I'm going to say something, then I'll recognize other board members quickly. This is a fantastic project. I just want to say thank you to all the people who've been involved, because someone's had the word complexity earlier, and I can only imagine how this is a puzzle. And putting all the pieces together, I know it's taken a lot of time, and it's probably going to keep taking time. So I'd say to those who spoke, particularly in the airboat industry, I'm no stranger to ecotourism. I grew up on Sanibel. 2/3 of our island is preserved, but we pump an awful lot of people through there. The Dink Darling National Wildlife Refuge, I don't know how many, I think it's 1 million people or something, someone will correct me, but it's a lot of people who go through there every year, and they learn something from it, and it's wonderful, and that's what we want, is we want that education. We want people to be able to understand things. And there are concessionaires there, and they do a fantastic job of showing people around and let them see what we get to enjoy every day. So I'm confident this is not a mutually exclusive goal of public concessionaires and protecting the landscape. I know that they can work together, and I know that we'll put a management plan together that can work for everybody. And Drew, Jen, I appreciate your working on the leases, because I think that's what's got most people concerned right now, because the June 1st is not that far away, and I appreciate that. Mr. Butler, you have something you want to say?
Yeah. Drew, Ms. Reynolds, the management plan process that you described, I assume that'll be a public process that'll allow for public comment as we go.
Absolutely. And I fully intend to take the mayor up on his offer to host those meetings in their area to make them as accessible as possible to the stakeholders who care the most about this area.
Given that, I do have one concern. And I've just learned about this issue here as of this morning. And it's something that pops in mind. I referenced Everglades restoration and always being prepared to be disappointed through the process. But one of the things that concerns me is through this public process, what happens when we identify a single species that's not compatible with the current usage of maybe airboats? And what happens within this management plan, and how does that dictate how this management plan moves forward? That is a concern. We've seen it in plenty of other things, and how single species can just change the outlook of things, or management for a single species. And I have no clue. I have no clue if that exists, but it's just something that comes to mind as we sit here and discuss this. With that being said, I do want to make sure that from my standpoint, that when we talk natural preservation includes the plant life, wildlife, fish life. It also includes the human way of life. And that needs to be taken into account as we work through this. I do think that this is a great opportunity for our community, our state. This is, as I referenced the rooftops, asphalt, and concrete earlier, who knows in the future, private property rights do exist. Who knows, what would happen in the future. This neat and just ecologically important area, the opportunity for it to be preserved under public ownership, I think, is a great opportunity. But I do think we also need to preserve, to Mr. Bergeron's point, the way of life that we have come to know in the last 100 years, 200 years, however long we've been in this area. That needs to be preserved also.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, I want to commend staff and all the stakeholders and all of the public speakers today and the individuals that I had a chance to meet with and to speak with about this item on our agenda. This is an incredible opportunity to protect over 11,000 acres of pristine habitat for so many plant and wildlife species that I am certainly in full support of this purchase. I also think, though, in preserving the habitat, that we have to preserve the human habitat. And I went to Everglades City and I met with Mayor Grimm. We had a very nice visit. And I met one of the city councilors, or one of the council members last night at the reception. And, you know, being that I live in Collier County, I've visited Everglades City on many occasions. And I can value what these individuals are saying in terms of their livelihood and Everglades City's tax base, really, too. And I know that the mayor got some help from Senator Pasadomo for his new wastewater treatment plant. It was almost absolutely necessary at the point that that help came because there were some risks to the environment at that time before the cavalry came, if you will, and rescued him. So this is very, very important. And so this public process, Ms. Reynolds, that you're talking about, I'd like to see the public process can go through the engagement with our stakeholders to continue to be a good conversation on how we move forward. But I'd like to see the goal being that both end up, the environment and the people end up at a place where we can both thrive, or they can both thrive. And I know it's going to be complex because there are a lot of complex issues to this topic. But if anybody can do it, our staff can do it, provided they have the engagement and the conversations from the stakeholders in the community like we have begun today and last night and over this week. So I'm in full support of this. And with that, as a caveat out there.
Hi, I just wanted to say that I very much enjoyed last night speaking with Bruce Minton and some of his friends. And I was taken aback a little bit because I didn't realize this issue. And I wish I had been better informed, and I'm sure that's my own fault for not being better informed on how much of the culture this is. And when I was standing there talking, Chauncey pushed me over to them and he said, "You need to talk to her." And I thought, oh my gosh, they're putting me in here because I'm critical of airboats sometimes, you know, with the rookeries on the southeast coast of Florida. And so, you know, I want to say that it was wonderful speaking to Mr. Minton and others, and I absolutely support their concerns. I do believe, as Ernie said, we need a unique management plan. And I also want to say that, you know, for me, myself, as a board member, I want to protect the resource. That is the number one thing, is to, you know, because I think that we as human beings thrive when the resource thrives. You know, we got to make sure we don't hurt the birds or hurt the, and I hope there aren't any Cape-side seaside sparrows. I don't know if that's what you were talking about. I don't think there will be. But I'm just saying we definitely, yes, I support the airboaters, and I also support, I more than that, support that we make sure this beautiful, incredible, once-in-a-million opportunity is protected, because it is God's landscape, and we need to make sure that we protect it. And if that means that we have to, I don't want anybody to get mad, but I just have to be myself. You know, how many, like, I remember when we were looking at Holiday Out or whatever it was, I mean, there were just like hundreds of airboat, you know, you could see them on the Google Earth. You know, how many, do they go everywhere? Do they have certain places they go? You know, I think those are important things so that, number one, we protect the animals and the plants and the resource. And then the airboaters make the most money. You know, they have their resource to have their business, and Everglades City will thrive.
If I could follow up, I have a feeling that the airboaters know that area better than anyone and probably can help us out quite a bit. Ms. Meads?
So I believe Mr. Oh, golly. Rudy Smith? Can you raise your hand, Mr. Smith? Is there a Rudy Smith? Ricky Smith. Ricky Smith. So I'm not sure that I got the right person, but someone spoke that doesn't have a lease. Okay. And
It's me.
okay.
We do not.
Bruce Mitten. Okay.
We've been running on land we thought was state lands, but not for water. So when you talk about getting leases to leaseholders, if I'm not
Hey,
secured.
Bruce, would you mind speaking to the mic, just for the record? So that people online can hear you.
Before I let you go on, let me ask my question for them, okay? But you come on up, because it is important to me. Sometimes people maybe didn't have leases, but if they are functioning in a way that doesn't hurt anything, and they have they've been working for a certain amount of time in a certain way, can't we have conversations with them too, and not just make them quit because they didn't have a lease? Can we include that?
Yeah, I think I have an easy answer to your question, and then I'll give a little bit of complicated history that has to do with the acquisition, but will help clarify. So the district has a very substantial and long-term policy of public access to our public lands. It's an important part of our mission, and we absolutely embrace that in this acquisition as well. Some of the lands within this acquisition, because of the long history of titling and deeding and the fact that many of these lands are very, very wet, there's a category of land called state submerged lands. So they're state sovereign and submerged lands. Some of this acquisition has lands that are partly considered state sovereign and submerged lands, which the state already owns, and some are privately titled through one of the 4 owners. There are some of the lands that are on both lists, and so there's a conflict in the title. We worked through, I won't bore you with all of the specifics, partly because I'm not sure I can fully explain them myself, but our real estate team worked through, as part of the negotiations in this acquisition, making sure that all of those lands were covered, that we didn't overpay for things that the state already owns, and that we made sure that there would be clear title at the end of this acquisition. And so in Mr. Minton's case, if some of the lands that he is using are already considered these state sovereign and submerged lands, there's no reason that we couldn't either enter into an agreement where we make sure that now that they're district lands, or whether they're state lands, that he can retain access to continue his business over the year while we figure out the long-term management plan.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, Bruce, but thank you, Jennifer. We hear you, and it matters to us.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, if you're ready for a motion, I'll make a motion on the first part of this, move to approve the acquisition of this land.
I'll second it.
Great, I have a motion and a second on Resolution 2023-0516. Is there further discussion by the board? Hearing none, let's go ahead and call that question. Ms. Meads?
Yes.
Colonel Roman?
Yes.
Mr. Olepich?
Yes.
Mr. Bergeron? Yes. Mr. Butler?
Yes.
I'm going to vote yes. That passes unanimously.
I'll make a motion on the second part of this item, the resolution to advise the Florida Department of Environmental Protection of the proposed acquisition of the land and request the money. Move to approve that.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Is there further discussion by the board on Resolution 2023-0517? Hearing none, I'll call that question. Ms. Meads?
Yes.
Colonel Roman?
Yes.
Mr. Olepich?
Yes.
Mr. Bergeron?
Yes.
Mr. Butler?
Yes.
I'm going to vote yes. That passes unanimously also. Thank you all very much.
And Mr. Chairman, I know that our members of the public who are here were particularly concerned about the direction that the board has given, and so as staff, I clearly took the direction that we are to pursue entering into those short-term leases ahead of the acquisition that is scheduled for 1 June. And so I know my staff is already working on that today, and we will continue to pursue that and also set up the meetings to pursue the long-term management plan as direction from the board. Thank you.
for clarifying that for the record, Ms. Reynolds.
Can I ask one other question? Who's managing this land? Is it the DEP or South Florida Water Management?
Upon the closure of the acquisition, the land will belong to the Water Management District, and before we would transfer it to any other entity, we'll have to work out that long-term management plan.
All right. May I ask something? Jennifer, is there a way, just for the public here, is there a phone number or an email or something we can give them that they can walk out of here with as a contact point besides just following what we did today?
Thank you for that, ma'am. I put a stack of my business cards out on the front table, and so before anyone leaves, if you would please take my business card and either call me on my cell, not on my office phone because I always forget to check the voicemail there, but on my cell, or email me, and I will make sure that we follow up with you and put you both on the list for being involved in the future management plan meetings, as well as work out any leases or necessary agreements that are required before the 1st of June.
And Jennifer, I'm sorry, but I would also say, just in case not everybody's in this room, like there's people at home or people who hear about this later, is there some contact, something that...
I would keep working very closely with Everglades City government. I mean, I think that's the local contact. I don't think...
The mayor.
I think the mayor and the council would... Great. Talk to the mayor.
Thank you.
Talk to the clerk.
I have one other question,
Mr.
Chairman. If to immediately start meeting with all of these airboat gladesman people, and would the leases be with South Florida Water Management?
Yes.
Or the DEP? South Florida
No, with
Water
us.
Because, okay, thank you.
Thank you all. We're going to move now to item 26, which is an alternative water supply funding program. Stacy? How are you?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I want to first start off by saying congratulations, Colonel Roman, for being the bearer of the purple jacket.
Oh, thank you very much. That means a lot.
So, my name is Stacy Paisno. I'm a lead project manager in the Water Supply Bureau, and today I'm going to be giving an overview of the FY24 Alternative Water Supply DEP Grant Program. So as you may recall from my presentation in November, AWS includes brackish, reclaimed water, and storage of excess water for later use, such as ASR and reservoirs. We get asked, why is alternative water supply important? It's because 3 billion gallons of water are used in Central and South Florida by 9 million residents and millions of visitors every single day. Our water demands are increasing, and based on our district's water supply plans, we know traditional freshwater sources are not sufficient to meet all future water needs. And development and use of alternative water supply and water conservation projects are vital. So Governor DeSantis recently signed earlier this year a new executive order achieving even more for Florida, which continues to request recurring funding for alternative water supply. The governor and legislature recognize the importance of these projects, and over the past 4 legislative sessions allocated $170 million statewide. This year, there is $60 million available pending the governor's signature and statewide funding for alternative water supply. As we've discussed, over the last 3 years, we are required to submit a list to DEP by the end of May of each year. So at the end of this presentation, I'll be asking for the board to consider approval of 2 resolutions. These next few slides are a recap of my presentation in November. So DEP has a guideline document for the water management districts, and they ask us to review some of the following considerations. Projects should provide regional benefits, support an MFL water body if possible. If they have dual benefits, such as water quality, flood control, conservation, it should be ready to go and undergone a cost-benefit analysis. In addition to those DEP considerations, we have additional alternative water supply considerations that those projects should support the goals and objectives of a regional water supply plan, reducing dependence on our traditional sources, supporting ocean outfall legislation, and we look at resource considerations such as a restricted allocation area. For water conservation, we look at the water source that's being conserved, the quantity of that water, and the cost effectiveness of those projects. So historically, the governing board priorities have considered the applicants must be within the district boundaries or have project benefits to our district. The projects should support the goals of the mission of the district or an approved water supply plan. It has to be an alternative water supply or water conservation project. We only fund construction or implementation, means we don't fund operations and maintenance, permitting, engineering, design, and so forth. So as we discussed during the November presentation, the board did approve a new eligibility requirement that will take effect in 2025. And that is that local governments must have an approved water supply facilities work plan that meets statutory guidelines. For FY24, we awarded bonus points to the facilities the entities that had those approved water supply plans. It did not apply to private entities. So earlier this year, we released an application on December 15th, and it closed on March 2nd. We received 24 applications this year. 17 are AWS, 7 are water conservation. The figure on the screen is a general overview of where those projects are located. And the applications that we received totaled over $509 million in total construction or implementation cost, with eligible phase or implementation cost over $106 million. Those projects are going to create 15 million gallons a day of new capacity and over 20 million gallons per day of reclaimed or brackish water distribution capacity. Since fiscal year 20, the district has received over $46.7 million towards 78 alternative water supply and water conservation projects, which will create or save over 53 million gallons a day. That is the equivalent to the entire Collier County public water supply use. For transparency, all of the project applications are listed on the next few slides. I don't expect you to read through all of these now. We did go over them individually with you during your briefings, and they are also part of your package. This is a reminder that all projects that are listed in this list are not guaranteed to receive funding allocations. And we have 2 resolutions.
Great. Thanks. Is there public comment?
There is, Mr. Chairman. Kelly Cox.
Good afternoon, Governing Board. Kelly Cox, Director of Everglades Policy with Audubon, Florida. Thanks for the opportunity to speak. And thanks for that great presentation, Stacy. We're excited about these projects, and we're supportive of the district developing alternative water supply features, including increasing water conservation measures across the district. And in the spirit of the power of purple, today I wanted to comment briefly on some of these projects that have water reuse components. As Charlotte mentioned earlier, we have several, or both sides of the state of Florida suffering from harmful algae blooms. The lake is suffering, and part of that is due to nutrient pollution from basin runoff, from stormwater runoff, and other sources. But a contributing factor are these reuse and reclaim water projects. Obviously, we know that they have high levels of nutrients, and we're encouraged to see these projects moving forward, but we'd really like to see, and we'd urge you all to include advanced wastewater treatment where we do have those reuse projects. It's really critical to try to address this sort of death by 1,000 cuts that we're seeing from nutrient pollution, and this is one of those important pieces of the puzzle. So we're really supportive of advanced wastewater treatment for those projects. I also want to comment on the water conservation projects. We're really excited to see those moving forward. Audubon has weighed in on the Lower West Coast water supply plan. We're getting ready to weigh in on the Lower East Coast water supply planning effort. But on the Lower West Coast side of things, we submitted some comments noting that per capita use in the Lower West Coast was at about 120 gallons per person per day, whereas the nationwide average for water use is around 82 gallons per person per day. So in our assessment, we think this is largely due to over-irrigation, particularly for turf grass in the Lower West Coast part of the region. And we really urge the district and leadership to take a stronger role in promoting reduction of turf grass cover in commercial and residential uses to try to reduce that amount of water that we're using toward irrigation. We know this will improve water conservation, it will improve stormwater runoff, reducing fertilizer runoff, and so forth, that we know can contribute to pollution, nutrient pollution of our waterways. And finally, I wanted to comment on our hydrologic modeling efforts at Corkscrew Swamp Sanctuary in collaboration with the district. We've documented impacts to sanctuary wetlands from overdrawing from surficial aquifer sources and also from agricultural irrigation from surficial sources. So we'd urge the district to continue to work with utilities across the footprint of the district's jurisdiction to shift public water sources for wells near wetlands to deeper brackish water aquifers rather than those superficial level aquifers. So with that, we thank you for your attention to this, and we're really supportive of these alternative water supply projects, and we look forward to seeing them implemented. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cox. Mr. Chairman, I have no more public comment cards for this item.
Great. Thank you. Does any board member have any comments? Questions? If not, we've got two
I'll make a
resolutions.
motion to pass resolution, is it 0514?
I have a motion.
I move to, second.
I have a motion and a second. Is there further discussion? Hearing none, I will call that question. Ms. Meads?
Yes.
Colonel Rowan?
Yes.
Mr. Lovich?
Yes.
Mr. Bergeron?
Yes.
Mr. Butler?
Yes.
I'm going to vote yes. That passes unanimously. That's 0514. And we'll move to resolution 2023-0515. And
I'll make a motion to support resolution 0515.
I'll second it.
I have a motion and a second. Is there further discussion? Hearing none. Ms. Mead, I'll call the
Yes.
question. Ms. Meads?
Yes.
Colonel Rowan?
Yes.
Mr. Olovich?
Yes.
Mr. Bergeron?
Yes.
Mr. Butler?
Yes.
I'm going to vote yes, and that passes unanimously. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Stacy, tell them your new last name.
My new last name is Pays No. So the joke that goes along with that is pays no bills, pays no mind, pays no attention.
She just got married.
Thanks very much. We're going to break for lunch now, and I am missing something that tells me how long we're supposed to break for lunch. Rosie?
Mr. Chairman, there's a walk to the marsh area after you eat. So if we could break for about an hour, I think that would suffice.
An hour it is.
Thank you.
Thanks so much.
We skipped all around. Yeah, probably John.
I'm going to go ahead and call the meeting back to order, and we're going to move to technical reports, the water conditions report with Mr. Mitnick.
Pressing the button. Run through the technical reports. So just looking back where we always do, start off looking back the last couple of months, you can see right there the month of April had a significant excess of rain, higher than normal. Most of you are familiar with the event that took place in the lower East Coast anyway during that month, and I'll talk a little bit about that in a couple more slides. But the preceding several months, they were all below average rainfall, which overall for the dry season puts us right there at about the 83% mark. So just slightly less than normal rainfall so far this dry season. As of right now, district meteorologists have not called the start of the wet season yet. So technically we're still in the dry season. Again, it's one of those things that is a retrospective determination, and you know it when you see it. Just for informational purposes from the historical record, the wet season typically starts, the median date for when it starts is about May 24th. So we're anticipating the start of the wet season here in the next coming weeks. So just looking back there at the event that occurred last month in April that I talked about at the last board meeting, you can just focus in on the big number right there. 25.6 inches was the epicenter of that storm and that event right over top of Fort Lauderdale, which puts it at the wettest day. So April 12th was the wettest day in the recorded record that the district keeps for that particular basin, the basin being eastern Broward County. April 12th was the wettest day on record, which also then made the month of April the wettest month on record for eastern Broward County, just coming in there overall just slightly below the 15 inches for the entire month of April. And a lot of times when we talk about storm events like this, you hear people talk, it's a 1 in 100 year event or 1 in 500 year event. So obviously that's a spatial thing. So depending on where you lived, you experienced either a 1 in 10 event or over a 1 in 1,000 year event. So that's what these sort of graphics are. Going on here on the right-hand side is probably the easiest one to look at. These different colors represent the different intensities of events. So this really dark blue right there, right around the Fort Lauderdale Airport. Yes, that was greater than a 1 in 1,000 year event. And then as you got farther away from the airport, then you experienced different levels down to 1 in 500, 200, 100, et cetera, et cetera. But for the area right around Fort Lauderdale Airport, and anybody that saw the pictures of the airport and what was going on there during that time, you'll believe that it was a 1 in 1,000 year event with the amount of water that they had out on the tarmac and in the parking garages around the airport itself.
Can I ask you a quick question?
Certainly.
Did you see it coming? It's like, you guys were all talking, doing what you do, and that there was a lot of rain everywhere, but did you have some way to, or some feeling that this was going to be bad someplace?
So as the forecasts go, yes, we forecasted rain. Yes, the district meteorologists forecasted rain, and they forecasted intense rain. So typically when what gets your water manager's attention is when the meteorologists forecast an inch of rain over a given basin, and it's just not over the airport, it's over that entire basin. That is a decent amount of rain, and it causes our water managers to kick into gear and start making preparations to receive that runoff. So we forecasted significant rains, but not to this magnitude. No, they don't get into that fine a detail of being able to predict that you're going to get 15 inches of rain. They'll just forecast and let the water managers know so we can make adjustments that we're going to get a lot of rain and you need to prepare the system for it, and we'll start drawing down canals and things like that. But not that level of intensity, no. So that sort of kind of rounds off the event itself. So taking a step back and looking at the overall system, as usual, starting on the upper Kissimmee there, looking at some of those lakes, East Toho, West Lake Toho, they're continuing their recession down to their summer pools down here at the bottom of their regulation schedules there. And here, looking over at Lake Kissimmee and Istapoga, you can see they had a slight uptick in their stages and a reversal, basically associated with the rain that you can see here in those particular basins. So those levels started increasing a little bit over the month of April, but now have resumed their recession once again. For Lake Kissimmee itself, you can see that bottom there is at June 1st. We're sitting here May 10th. This graphic is as of May 7th. So I would not anticipate Lake Kissimmee getting down here to the bottom. It'll more than likely just cut this corner, so to speak, and then where the regulation schedule jumps back up. But we're continuing to supply water down the Kissimmee River, just like we always do, and Lawrence will touch on that a little bit further in his ecological conditions report. So looking at Lake Okeechobee, you can see Lake Okeechobee had a similar response throughout the month of April. It had a very nice recession coming down, but then during April it sort of plateaued, went up a little bit and leveled off. It has once again resumed that small recession, and stages have gone down a little bit. So as of this morning, they're coming in at 14.09 feet. For lake levels, but as we typically talk about, this is the projection based on the LOR's 2008 schedule of what we are reasonably expected to see as far as lake levels as we move into the future. So you're basically looking at this purple shaded region, which is apropos for this month. But you're likely to see it pretty much stay within that yellow shaded area of the regulation schedule. There's some chances it'll continue down here into that base flow band, but more than likely stages are going to remain in that yellow shaded area. And of course, we're just watching for the wet season to start and what rains it may bring and where it may deposit those rains. So what that looks like in terms of the ecological envelope, it's unlikely that the lake will get back into its ecological envelope in the foreseeable future over the next couple of weeks. But if we were to have a longer sustained dry spell, and I can talk about that a little bit later at the end of the presentation for the forecast, then there's a chance you could get back into that envelope. But more than likely, the projections would have it just coming down if the recession continues and skimming along the top side, just outside the ecological envelope itself. So looking at the southern portion of the system, in response to some of these rains here in Water Conservation Area 1, you can see there is a reversal with stages increasing. That's primarily associated with that big event that occurred right over there over Fort Lauderdale. Those rains were widespread over the lower East Coast. So Water Conservation Area 1, Loxahatchee National Wildlife Refuge, its stage is reversed. You can see they've come down. That's in response to the Corps of Engineers making adjustments to move water from Area 1 down into Area 2. The conversation this week with the Corps of Engineers was that they're going to continue those operations, again, moving water from Area 1 into Area 2 here, pretty much through the weekend, but then early next week they're going to look to close the S10 structures and not continue that conveyance of water from Area 1 into 2 as Area 1 gets closer to its regulation schedule right there on that red line. So going down to Area 2, you can see it was closer to the epicenter of that April event, so its stages increased as a result of this extraordinary rains right here. But since then, sort of leveled off. The Corps of Engineers implemented operations to move water from Area 2 down into Area 3. With the closing of the S10s and not bringing that water in from Area 1, you'll start to see continued recession in Area 2 back towards schedule. And the Corps of Engineers will continue conveying that water out of Area 2 into Area 3 so as to reduce stages in Area 2 and bring it back down towards the regulation schedule here, this red line at the bottom. So as you can imagine, the response in Area 3 at the bottom end of the system there, those stages sort of went up and have leveled off some with the little bit drier spell of the last week, 2 weeks that we've had. And we're continuing to move water, or the Corps is continuing to move water in concert with us operating the S333s right there on the L29 and Tamiami Trail to move water out of Area 3 down into Everglades National Park in accordance with the flow formula. Last week, the flow formula called for roughly 859 cubic feet per second, and we're continuing to deliver that water through a combination of S12C and D, as well as through the 333s into the L29 right in here. For the most part, the remaining portions of the southern end, the South Dade Conveyance System, those operations are stable. We're continuing to operate the detention cells as needed to manage those canal levels and return that water and manage some of the seepage that is coming out of the park itself. So this is the time of year. We've just started a brand new water year, so I don't have really anything to report on how water's been moved around this system over the last 10 days, but so what I typically do is look back over the last 3 water years. So just to orient yourself to this particular slide, the graphic and all of these numbers in the graphic, those are representative of water year 23, and you can find their corresponding numbers over here in the table. This graph up here at the top is the rainfall, but that rainfall is what fell just in the northern watershed, so just north of Lake Okeechobee, Caloosahatchee, St. Lucie basins. That's the amount of rain that fell just over that area, and that's correlated with total district-wide rainfall over here in this table down at the bottom. So you can see, looking at water year 23, we had slightly more rainfall in the northern watershed than last year in 22, but less than we did in 21. And you can see how it sort of stacks up with inflows to Lake Okeechobee. Rounding out last water year, just about 2.1 million acre feet came into Lake Okeechobee. Contrast that with the roughly 2.6 million acre feet that flowed into Lake Okeechobee in water year 21, 2 years ago. Coming out of the lake and this past water year in total, moving to the St. Lucie estuary, there was about just over 100,000 acre feet in combination of basin runoff as well as lake water that was delivered, but the lake portion of that is just the 49,000 acre feet of Lake Okeechobee water were sent to the St. Lucie estuary. Add that to the roughly just less than 190,000 acre feet that came from the C23-24 basins, as well as the 115,000 acre feet that was delivered to the Indian River Lagoon up by Fort Pierce from the C25 basin. Over on the west coast, this past water year, Caloosahatchee received about 1.5 million acre feet, with roughly 430,000 acre feet originating in Lake Okeechobee of that 1.5 million acre feet. Similar thing in the southern end of the system. Again, this graphic is the rainfall just in the south. The story remains the same. Let me just double check one thing. Yes. So there was more rainfall in the southern portion of the system this past water year, with that 55, almost 56 inches of rain fell south of Lake Okeechobee versus the 49 inches that fell north of Lake Okeechobee. But again, 2 years ago, there was more rainfall that fell south of the lake than did in the past year. Overall, district-wide, we hit just slightly above our average rainfall for this past water year at 55 inches total district-wide. So how that water moved around the system, into the conservation areas, there was only about 1.4 million acre feet of water made it into the conservation areas versus the 2.2 million acre feet from that additional rainfall back in water year 21, 2 years ago. Looking farther south into the park, this year is about 1.5 million, inclusive of that return seepage from the eastern side of the park, flowed into Everglades National Park. Contrast that with the 2.7 million acre feet that flowed in through water year 21. And then, of course, the biggest number that we talked about a couple times in several board meetings was this 3.8 million acre feet that flowed off the lower East Coast to the Intercoastal Waterway in Biscayne Bay back in 21. So less, 1.2 million acre feet less over this past water year than we had about 2 years ago. So looking at the stormwater treatment areas, closed out the water year. So in total, the stormwater treatment areas processed and treated and delivered to the Everglades about just over 1 million acre feet of water. And you can see about 44,000 of that originated in Lake Okeechobee itself. Contrast that to just being slightly more than it was in the previous year, last year in 2022. But significantly less than what went through the stormwater treatment areas in 2021 with the 1.6 million acre feet, with that 1.6 million acre feet being the second highest recorded since the operations began of the stormwater treatment areas. Groundwater conditions, you can imagine, in response to some of those April rains, we see a lot of the monitoring locations along the lower East Coast have begun to recover, and they're up in the median percentiles of what we historically see, and they're continuing over the course of the last week with some of the drier, wetter. Groundwater stages did decline slightly, but as I said, hopefully we're starting the wet season, so it's not really something to be all that concerned about at this point in time. Over on the west coast, you can see there's not as much red in some of these monitoring stations, but again, just a reminder that this is in comparison to the historical record and water levels in those gauges and groundwater conditions, not necessarily color coding to indicate alarm or concern, just that's where it is compared historically. So as what the future may hold, as we move forward into the wet season, they're projecting, the Climate Prediction Center actually is projecting slightly above average rainfall through the July timeframe, and then there may be some changes to equal chances towards the end of the wet season, but really when we get out towards the dry season coming up, which would be November of this year through April, May of 2024, you've heard me talk in previous meetings about El Nino and the likelihood of experiencing an El Nino. We're still continuing to see sea surface temperatures that are indicative of El Nino developing. The atmosphere hasn't exactly coupled up, but we're starting to see more and more indications that they're coupling, so to speak. And we are definitely projecting an El Nino for the upcoming dry season. So just to remind everybody what sort of effect that has. In the wet season, El Nino doesn't really have an effect on rainfall, but it does have an effect on tropical development and tropical systems. And that impact tends to suppress tropical development and suppress tropical systems. But the counterpunch to that is that the ones that do develop are likely to be stronger, bigger, and more intense. But then once you get into the dry season, it does bring or promote increased rains above normal during the dry season. So take it for what you will. That's what happens. Forecast-wise, this slide and this graphic is a little outdated just based on, getting everything packaged up to be able to get over here and get on the road and do the presentation. So those slides, you can look out the window right now, you can tell it's not raining here, even though it's calling for a decent amount of rain right here on the West Coast a couple days ago. That did not develop. And for the next couple days, the latest forecast that is out on the Water Management District's website does show a little bit more of a drying trend and not as much rainfall as we proceed over the next 7 days. So with that, Mr. Chair, happy to take any questions.
Thanks very much. Are there any questions for Mr. Mitnick? Mr. Bergeron, you said earlier you might have one?
John, the only thing I see, the lake's a little concern being probably nearly a foot higher than the 65-year average. And Area 2 is about a foot high too. think it's important that we start moving more water south into 3, which is a little bit below its average level. And so we're going into the rainy season here in the next couple of weeks, so just kind of keep an eye on that if you would. Thank you.
Yes, sir, absolutely will. Like I said, the Corps of Engineers can continue that operation to move that water out of 2 and start bringing Area 2 down closer towards its schedule.
Yeah, so we have some capacity going into the rainy season. Thank
Yes,
you.
sir.
Mr. Lipich?
Mr. Mitnick, could you please go? I really appreciate you. You've done it, but it's really hitting me this time. The rain. Can you? There's the 2 slides that show the rainfall. So does it really correspond to the map?
So the map there, all those numbers are related to water year 23. So this rainfall of roughly 48 inches for 2023 resulted in how water moved around the northern portion of the system here, yes.
Okay, so I was just going to try to see. So trying to remember what this looks like. Do you see any correlations when you go to the Gator map with the blue and the orange, the STA?
This one?
Yeah, I mean, does it align with that at all in any way, shape, or form?
So yeah, if you look at, let me think here, if you compare down here at the bottom, the total district-wide rainfall, especially in the southern areas. So for the southern portion of the system in 2023, you had about 56 inches of rain, which is above average. Roughly, as you heard Mr. Bergeron several times in the past, our average rainfall district-wide is about 53, 54. So this 56 is just slightly above average when you just consider the southern portion of the system. So how it would relate to this and the amount of inflows that came into the stormwater treatment areas, that roughly 1 million acre feet, is you had above average rains in the southern portion of the system, which led to increased uses of the stormwater treatment areas, as we've talked a lot about in the past, and basin runoff and how that gets processed down through the system, as well as the stages in the conservation areas. Conservation Area 3, over the dry season, as you saw from some of the, back up a little bit more, from the graphs here, and it doesn't quite go past January, but you can see it came down from being almost at schedule to being below schedule. But by the time we got to that portion of the dry season in the January, February time frame, was when, let's see if I can find the right slide, was when you already had a fair amount of that 1 million acre feet that had already been processed through the stormwater treatment areas during the wet season. And that leads into all the conversation and discussions we've been having with the board at the various public meetings about the capacity of the stormwater treatment areas to accept those additional flows during the dry season.
Yeah, I think that's very helpful. And I don't know if there'd ever be a way to superimpose the rain over your. That's very helpful. Thank you.
Any more questions or comments for Mr. Mitnick? Thanks, John. We'll go to the ecological conditions report now. Mr. Glenn.
All right, well, thank you very much. I'm happy to give the ecological conditions update today. And as always, we'll start up at the top of the season, top of the system. John talked about how Lake Kissimmee is coming down, and it directly discharges into the Kissimmee River. We need to maintain 300 CFS, or we like to maintain 300 CFS, because it keeps a healthy dissolved oxygen level within the river channel itself. And so as you see in here, we have dissolved oxygen that's at about 7 milligrams per liter, which is very good for this time of the year, especially as water starts to get hot. But we also see that the floodplain is dried down pretty remarkably. Coming into Lake Okeechobee, John talked about how water is coming out, how water is going in. We've been sending roughly 1,800 CFS to the west coast in a pulse fashion through the past couple of weeks. And as we get down into the estuarine part, we'll see where that has been very beneficial for the estuary during this period of time. But in Lake Okeechobee, one of the interesting things right now is that ET is actually taking the most water out of the lake right now at 3,700 CFS. Looking at where we are within the ecological envelope, we had a good recession coming along as we were coming down, and right when we got into it, we got all those rains that John talked about. And so that did cause a reversal. A reversal is when stage increases again. And so we're coming down once more. A month ago, we were at 14.3, and now we're at 14.15. And we're going to look and we're going to see how this has some positive impacts on biota, critters that are using the lake, and there are some negative impacts from this as well. So it's kind of a mixed bag currently. We are in a good position right now so far, and I'll say so far, from a blue-green algae standpoint. Remember 2 years ago here we had a lake-wide bloom already in May. The year in between, a little bit different. We're starting to heat up now, and I'll tell you a little bit more about that. So as John said, in getting our data ready to come over here for this trip, we had to get it kind of quickly. So I don't have the chlorophyll data currently. Those are all the P's that you see. But one thing to note from the toxin level, BDL means below detection limit, and that's 2 micrograms per liter. So we only have 2 sites on the lake, Poles Out and S308, that had toxin levels that were above detection. We did have one area right here. This is in front of 372, where we actually did a treatment of algae there. Before the treatment, it was 150 micrograms per liter toxin level, and afterwards it had been reduced to 3. So our protocol that we've implemented for blue-green algae treatment is very effective in not only getting rid of the bloom, but also decreasing those toxin levels significantly. And where we are now in terms of the things that I talk about, triggers for how algal blooms really start on the lake. Dissolved inorganic nitrogen, this level right here, that's right before the really big bloom in 2018. You see we're lower than that now, and if we just add some lines to come across from that point in time where we're right here, the beginning of May, to where we are here, we're lower, and we're on a decreasing trend. That's both in the pelagic zone and in the nearshore zone. But there's still a lot out there. And another thing to notice here is turbidity is starting to decrease. So as the water gets clearer and those blue-green algae can photosynthesize better, and they have that available inorganic nitrogen source, we anticipate a bloom will come. You couple that with water temperature. When water temperature is above 25 degrees Celsius, which is that line going across, we get above that, that is when our blue-green algae microcystis, which is the biggest one out there that we are concerned with its toxin microcystin. Microcystis likes water temperatures above 25. So we have this culmination of factors right now that while we didn't see anything to this point from algae, we see little flurries. We anticipate we're going to see bigger blooms starting to occur across the lake. The plus side of higher lake levels during this period of time is snail kite nesting. The snail kite nesting has been pretty tremendous this year. We have 108 nests on the system in the marsh. And one of the things to draw your attention to is look at this success rate. 46 out of 100, where you look at those in previous years, and it's been a really good banner year for not only snail kite nesting, but for successful nesting. So that's a really good thing. You see that Lake Okeechobee and the Kissimmee chain of lakes is really where the bulk of nesting is occurring this year. The interesting part is it's called the Everglades snail kite, and there are no nests currently in the Everglades. So it's that this is a nomadic bird. It's going to go to where conditions are best and most appropriate for its ability to survive, and it's going to use those heavily. So the lake right now is providing that habitat for the snail kite. Conversely, the lake is deep, so the marsh is deep. And this is an HSI over here, our Habitat Suitability Index, and it says on these specific depth range, this color right here is good for long-legged wading birds. This color is good for short-legged wading birds. But we had a reversal come. So in the last survey that we conducted in April, we didn't see any foraging wading birds on the lake. And so I'm discussing that with the avian ecologist, and he says, well, one thing, when you get a reversal, it disperses prey. He said, but also with all of that rainfall, it makes habitat outside of the lake. All the farm fields that have ephemeral wetlands and stuff becomes really good habitat for them to forage. So it's not necessarily horrible on the lake. Conditions were a lot better elsewhere as well. So those two kind of things play in concert. Then let's get to submerged aquatic vegetation. So we're going to look at a trend that we have been seeing. I'm going to be talking about these transects that occur within the southwest and the northwest marsh. And if you look at a transect and you go from where the stage is lowest, so that corresponds to the actual elevation of the lake bottom at 8 feet, and then it increases this way as you go from lake bottom into the marsh. So you're going from 7 to 8 feet here, you're going to 12 feet when you get into the marsh. And you look at what we have been seeing through time, and this is biomass. And I want to say it's different than coverage. So we've talked about what is a good coverage for SAV on Lake Okeechobee. We would like to see 25,000 to 30,000 acres out on the lake. We've talked about that diminishing, but that in areas that still held SAV, they were dense. They had a lot of biomass. So even though they weren't plentiful, the biomass was there, and that biomass is really habitat. Bass like to live in there, especially the young of the year, so they can survive predation to the next year. So as we look through the trend that we were seeing, we had low lake levels, and this is 2019, so you come down to your 2019 graphic here. We were below the ecological envelope. We were low, but that is really good for SAV because the water is clear, the water is shallower, you can have photosynthesis happening at that bottom level, and then as you have a slow recession, the plants are allowed to grow upslope, and you get these vast meadows of submerged aquatic vegetation. So we saw that in these years where lake levels went low. Then we had a period of time where they have been higher. So in 2021, this is a purple trace here, and 2022, we're up above, we don't get down to this lower level. And so we had a gradual decline. Then we had Hurricane Ian come by, and that has taken that middle area, that transect area where we had vegetation present, and we're not seeing a lot of vegetation right now. We have about probably 2,000 to 3,000 acres. We had 6,000 before Ian came, split in half, 2,000 to 3,000 acres currently. So we've seen this decline, and John has talked about we're probably not going to get below 13. And there's that trigger in there that says if you want to be between June and July, 30 days at 13 at least, and that's good for maintenance. That's this part right here, when we didn't have a lot, but we maintained it. Now you need to go to 12.5 to 12 to actually get new growth in disparate areas of the lake in order to get that recovery. So John's talked about we're going into an El Nino. Where are we going to be next year? Are we going to to be able to get down to 12.5 or so for SAV to have a good growth year. So this is the flip side story of high lake levels, and the bass fishery is highly tied to this. I was talking to Mr. Butler recently, and he was saying, you know, there was a really big bass tournament this past weekend or a weekend or two ago, and the amount of fish that were caught and the catch was incredible. You know, I mean, you're getting 30 pounds in a bag, and that's 5 fish. So that's great. But that reflects what conditions were like several years ago, because those fish are 3 to 4 years old. So what we worry about is a recruitment year this next year that won't be too strong. And we've talked about variation in natural habitats and in natural populations. They can handle a year, but we don't want to see numerous years of this where they can't have a successful young of the year recruit into the adult population. So we'll keep an eye on this, and I'll keep you apprised. Looking at the St. Lucie, we've had in the past week, the majority of flow has been from the tidal basin, a little bit from the Seas 44, none from Lake Okeechobee. We have a really good setup of intermediate water, 15 to 18 salinity units, going into more saline at the end. This is a great setup in an estuary. And we see that where salinity is now within the envelope, it's right in the middle of the optimal envelope for adult oysters. And with that, we're also seeing...
Would you mind going back?
Sure.
Please? Thank you. Why did, I think I asked this before, but why does it say NR in front of 10 Mile Creek?
Because the gauge that we have there is currently not operable. And there's a bridge that's being constructed, and Howard, we've been in conversations on getting that reestablished, but it's a process that we're going through to get that.
Gordy, or which bridge?
I believe so. I would have to check with the group, but I know it's been offline, and it's been because there's construction in place, and they're waiting for construction to complete before we
The water is still coming through.
Correct. It just means that it's not registered. We don't have that flow calculated currently.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And so we have seen the beginning of the spawn. We're at a much higher level than we were 2 years ago, and we're an order of magnitude lower than last year's remarkable first sampling. But it's looking really good for adult oysters. Going over to the Caloosahatchee side, we've been making pulse releases at an average of 1,800 CFS. We have just a fantastic setup going from fresh to brackish to salty through the estuary. And at this time of the dry season, having this type of salinity regime is just fantastic. So this is where I say that the releases that we've been providing are in the optimal range, and so it's really creating a great salinity setup throughout the estuary. And we see at the bottom end where we have at Cape Coral, we're still within the optimal zone. We're a little high at Shell Point and Sanibel, but we are also seeing that the oyster spawn has happened here as well. So the oyster spawn is in full swing. It started, it was part of our reasoning for recommending that we reduce from 2,000 to 1,800 to this side, and that was not to push these oyster spat past downstream past another oyster reef and out into the harbor. A really good message is that Florida Fish and Wildlife Research Institute is barely seeing red tide at all on the West Coast. So that's just a fantastic update. Coming to the stormwater treatment areas. I told you last time I'm trying to find a better way to tell this story, and I replaced the table over here with a figure. And so this figure is going to be traveling with us through this next water year. We're at the beginning of the water year. And so far we've had 19,000 acre feet of water come into the STAs, 200 of that from the lake. But what this shows is where is the distribution of water going currently. So the bulk of water that we have been sending through the STAs has been going through STA 3-4 and then STA 2, not so much for STA 1 and East and West and 5-6. And I'll tell you a little bit more about why in the next slide. But you see these two that have received the most flow because that storms that came through provided all of that water had to go into the STAs. STA 3 and 4 took it. Now we're trying to bring those water levels back down to their optimal range. So the STAs have to receive the flow, the overland flow from the EAA, from the C-139, from the S-51 basin. That's what they do. That's what they're there for. And this is how we have pushed water through and into them during those conditions. Now in this next slide, I'll walk you through and I'll tell you why. Oh, let me go back and let me show you one thing. This is a good story. So here is last water year, the 365 year average of phosphorus concentration coming out of the STAs. This is what we will be graded on as we move forward and we get to the end of our restoration strategies and we start having to meet the Q-Bell. So in what we've saw over the last year, and these aren't final data yet, but for STA 1, we had 25, we had 20 in 1, we had 19 in 2, 16 in 3-4, and 40 in 5-6. What we saw just in this last week, and this will grow as we go through, this last week in STA 1 East, we had 18, we had 20, 2 was putting out 13, 4 was putting out 14, and we weren't releasing any water from 5-6. So STA 2 is meeting Q-Bell this last week. STA 3-4, depending on how you're calculating Q-Bell. It's only a week's worth of data, but I'm trying to show you the performance that we are seeing in the STAs while we're even in there doing a lot of work is very good. These are great systems. As we go through and we look at what's going on, we have currently this flowway and this STA is offline because we totally revegetated these two A cells. So we're allowing them to grow in. So we're not pushing any water through there. These cells over here, we do have a lot of vegetation management, so we're restricting flows into those. As you come over into STA 1 West, this is the northern flowway, this is the eastern flowway, this is the central flowway, and then these are the expansion cells. Currently, there are migratory birds in the northern flowway. So we've got black-necked stilts nested in here, so we have to adjust our operations accordingly. And in the rest of this STA, we have vegetation management going on. In this next, in STA 2, we have STA, this cell is offline for vegetation grow in because there's a lot of construction that was done in there. Then we're doing a lot of vegetation work in here. And this is the flowway that we have been accepting lake water from. And in this cell, cell 3, we also have migratory birds nesting. Cell 3-4, this is the one that was offline because we took this entire cell offline to work on tussocks. And we've been taking the flows that you saw in that last graphic all through here. And then 5-6, just, it has, it's the one that doesn't receive as much water, and that's why we're building the C-139 FEB and looking at a lake connection. Coming down into Biscayne Bay, you see the amount of rainfall that occurred here and the concurrent reduction in salinity. It's well below 35, so Biscayne Bay is looking pretty good from a salinity standpoint. We come down into the Everglades and what we've seen. If you look from last month to this month, you've had a bit of a reversal in 1 and 2 and throughout the top of 3A. So we were very concerned in the top of 3A about this drying down and potential for peat fires. But what we're seeing is as water, we're using this water to come down and through, and the Tamiami flow formula calls for a flow to come through, but we're losing our connection in Shark River Slough, but we've actually got our connection back a little bit better in Taylor Slough. And I'd be remiss if I didn't say that currently in the Big Cypress Basin, there is the Sandy Fire that is going on currently. It's burned 10,500 acres. It started on May 1st. There are closures in that area as the Forest Service is out there doing suppression activities. So the Big Cypress Basin is very dry. Now, looking at where we were last month in nest counts to this month, you think, all right, we have more water in the Everglades now. Shouldn't it be better for the nesting birds? Remember that these colors, this is a habitat suitability index, and it's saying what is the habitat that's most suitable for foraging. And the green color is the color that is, oh, this is the best. And so we had some pretty decent numbers happening in April, and then we have about half of those nest numbers happening now. What is the driving factor there? When we talk about a reversal, so you have water stage that is coming back up. If you've ever heard the expression, it's easy to shoot fish in a barrel. Let's take a barrel and let's put 100 fish in it. Can you reach your hand in and grab a fish? Probably. Let's take that same 100 fish and let's put it in your backyard swimming pool. Can you grab one? It might get a little more difficult. Take that, put it out into an Olympic swimming pool. Gets really hard. The microtopography of the Everglades is such that an inch can take you from the barrel condition to the swimming pool. Another inch can take you to the Olympic swimming pool and larger. So what that happens is it disperses the prey that the birds need in order to nest. And they are only going to stay on their nests and try to fledge those young as long as there is food to feed them. So once that prey becomes dispersed, they start abandoning nests or not nesting. So that's what we've seen here. We have water going in here right now. It's just the timing isn't appropriate because they've already started. So when water comes is just as important as how much water is there.
I'm sorry, could you please just tell me what the letters mean again?
Sure. WHIB is white ibis. WOST is wood stork. So wood storks are especially impacted or influenced by reversals because they feed primarily on fish, and once fish go from a concentrated area to being dispersed in deeper water, they're harder to catch. So they're impacted pretty.
Do they leave their nest when their baby's in it?
They will.
Mm-hmm. So
we
just don't have enough food, and so
correct.
There's no choice.
Correct.
That's tough.
They seem to have a mindset of, I'll try again next year. I'll save myself as an adult, and we'll try again next year. So it's a different mindset than humans would think
and
about.
There's no other birds like roseate spoonbills or something else?
I could bring those data back to you, but I don't have them off the top of my head.
These are the important ones to monitor?
These are the ones that Dr. Cook, looks at as really the sentinel species of what's happening here.
Thank you.
Yes, you're welcome. And then last slide is salinities in Florida Bay. You look at the interquartile range, and in the central and the eastern and in the western, salinity is looking great. We are so far through the dry season now that we aren't concerned about hypersalinity occurring. As John says, the wet season's coming here pretty soon. So that is my report, and I'll gladly take any questions.
Anyone have any questions or comments for Mr. Glenn?
I have one question.
All right, Mr. Butler, Mr. Lipich, and then Colonel Norman. Or actually, Colonel Norman, it's your house. Colonel Norman.
That's okay. That's all right. I just have one question on the snail kite nesting. What do you contribute to the nesting being so successful in the lake?
It's typically what prey source, and they feed predominantly on the apple snail. And now it is not the endemic, but it's the exotic. And so those higher lake levels that we've had has allowed for prey production, high prey production. And then the nesting substrate is good and solid. I mean, you have high water levels, your plants are nice and solid. They're nesting upslope where there's a denser vegetation.
Thank you.
Mr. Butler?
Lawrence,
Yes, sir.
you talked a little bit about what we talked about, but second half of that conversation was what, do we have anything in our wheelhouse as it relates to slide 11?
Right.
SAV on Lake Okeechobee. Is there anything in our wheelhouse, without beating a dead horse here? Anything in our wheelhouse or anything in somebody else's wheelhouse?
Sure. So Mr. Butler and I had a discussion. He was saying, what is possible from a standpoint where we would go out and do something to try to help SAV? And Colonel Roman has talked about this in discussions with FWC and trying to, can we, take some concrete, build a breakwater that's going to stop flow from water, maybe make the area behind it a little less turbid. FWC is looking into that. The biggest issue with trying to go and replanting SAV as opposed to how we manage emergent vegetation. Emergent vegetation is pretty easy. If we have dense, rank cattail, we have ways to go out and take care of it. We can go in and we can plant bulrush and plant whatever we want, and it has access to the sun because it's emergent. It's above the water. It can photosynthesize. It can take care of itself. The toughest part for submerged aquatic vegetation is water clarity, water depth. When you have very deep water that is very dark and very turbid, you don't have the ability for SAV to grow because they can't photosynthesize. They can't see the sun. So doing anything right now where lake levels are what they are, it is kind of a futile effort in moving forward. As we get next year, if we get into lower levels, lake levels, that would be something to consider. And we have a low lake level plan on the shelf ready to pull out for projects that we want to go and do when lake levels get to certain critical points where we say, here's the trigger, let's go try to do something for it.
Could you please go back to the STA slide?
Certainly. This one?
Okay. I'm going to ask you to go through this again with me, just because I
Sure.
didn't understand everything.
Okay, so
The new, the green line, and then there's like a yellow line. and
Surely,
like a black
surely.
line or something. Can you tell me again?
So the green line is showing what the phosphorus concentration is coming in to STA 1 East through this water year, which is 1 week. So it's coming in at about 180 parts per billion.
Where are you getting the week?
It's just because over here we've only been in this water year
Just 'cause we're in a week.
from
Okay.
May 1st to May 7th.
Sorry.
So it's coming in at 180, it's going out at 20.
Which line are you looking at?
The black line. So the green line is this year to date. The black line is this year to date. The yellow line is last water year completely. So the yellow line is what I was saying. When we have to comply with QBEL, it's at the end of the water year. We look at what that average is over the year for each STA, and we look at that outflow concentration.
Okay, and then, would you just read through the first part of it for me? I could read it, but what are the numbers there?
Sure. So the total inflow to the STAs currently for this water year, which is May 1st to May 7th, is 19,000 acre feet. And in the same time frame, the amount of water that has come from Lake Okeechobee to the STAs is 200 acre feet.
What percentage is that?
I need an engineer to do it really quickly.
And John Midnick hates when I ask this question because it's not
Yes, it is very small.
But it's just kind of a guide, I don't know, just something to do, to try to get a higher number. 1%? Okay, 1%. Okay, so I'll just say, I really like how you talked through this today, and I think it's really important to, I'll have to look at this chart some more, to really get it in my head about how the Q-Bell works and everything, but it's so good to be talking about the Q-Bell because that is something that limits or affects the way the district operates. And it's in complete opposite of what people want who want a lot of lake water to go through the stormwater treatment areas. So between John's rain chart and then comparing it to the Gator chart, and then this, I mean, I think you're really getting some great tools to kind of see where we are. And the more tools that we have, the more opportunities we can envision for the future, I think, you know, because you have to know what you can't do before you can know what you can do. So I really appreciate all the work that y'all have done with these charts over time. And I hope in time we can send about, you know, a higher number through these stormwater treatment areas from the lake.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
I'll make it brief. But, we're looking at the lake about a foot above the 65-year average. Am I correct that the algae bloom gets worse into the summer, into the heat and whatever?
Yes, sir.
So we know we're kind of in a setup going into the rainy season. We've got a couple of weeks. We don't know how much that will be, of course. But if you got to move water, it's better to move water not in the hottest part of the summer. From the standpoint of the algae blooms, I would think, correct?
Yeah.
And then, so I think as much as you and John can work on this seems like our bathtubs are full. Area 2 is full, foot above. The lake's a foot above. We got 2 weeks going into the rainy season. Just be thinking about how we need to start moving some of this water so we don't get in a setup. That's my only concern here is looking at the areas that are a foot above 2 weeks before and see what we can do to minimize the damages based upon the circumstances we've got. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
So like right now with these new, I totally agree with what you said. I always did totally agree with what you said. But the charts that the Army Corps is helping put out together with the South Florida Water Management District and DEP is putting forth as an email have showed, you know, it's on and off. And then we have pilots who go out and take pictures. And just yesterday, I mean, there was, I don't know that it's significant, but there were big algae streaks, you know, outside of S308. So it's coming and going. It's there, you know. So people, the whole point is hopefully never to dump when there is a visible algae bloom right there. So I mean, what are the options? You know, like this is where you never want to be like saying, oh, give it to the Caloosahatchee, you know, we can't take it because we've got algae blooms, so give it to the Caloosahatchee. I mean, we have to be together. Do you know what I'm saying? We never want to, like LOSA made us against each other. We can never be like that. We have to be together. We have to work together. So, I mean, Drew, I'm asking you, because you're our executive director, I mean, what are the options? And are there any options, like, can any of the agriculture people hold it on their land right now? I mean, is there, what is their cycle? You know what I mean? Are they done growing their crops? Are their crops in their major time right now? What is the situation?
So from my understanding, and Ben, maybe you can help me out here, but I believe they have just planted and this is when the crops are growing in.
Okay.
Right? So this is
That's
when
too
they're
bad.
young and growing in, and often they'll need a lot of water at this time of year if it didn't rain. Now, we had a lot of rain in the EAA, so they didn't need water from the lake for their crops. I think that's going to start picking up because it hasn't rained in a little bit, and we have a dry forecast, so you'll probably see some more agricultural use of that lake water. So
Good.
that could draw the lake down itself. I think the lake is, the other, obviously the way we don't want to lower the lake right now, particularly since there's algae starting to show up, is through the estuaries. And we'll continue to monitor it. It's not showing up on the west, and it has that whole littoral side on the west to help mitigate for algae getting over there, which doesn't exist on the east. So the freshwater flows right now are benefiting the Caloosahatchee estuary, and we don't need to release to the east while there's algae there, and I think that's by design with the Corps. So, we'll continue to look to see if there's opportunity to move some more water through the STAs. But they took a hammering during Ian, and we're still trying to recover. And then the April rains that we got was very significant in the EAA, so that filled the SDAs up pretty significantly. So we're still in the throes of trying to recover the SDAs. You can see they're high in 3, 4, and 2 to recover those SDAs from those April rains. So it's not a whole lot of options to help lower the lake, except for what's happening. It's heating up. There's a lot of evapotranspiration, and there's going to be water supply needs south of the lake to help pull the lake down. And if you saw John's Lore's projections with the squiggly line graphs, you see the lake level on average continues to go down for another month. So, we'll continue to monitor it and look for how much evapotranspiration, beneficial environmental deliveries, and water supply pull the lake down from here.
Yeah, that's good. Could you talk about Pahokee a little bit?
Yeah, sure. So, Pahokee, 2 years ago, Pahokee is where we saw the algae show up first, and it's kind of a perfect incubator. Back then, it was the perfect incubator for algae because it was kind of blocked off and it could just trap it. And that, that all caught us by surprise. It is not catching us by surprise anymore, but we did see an algae bloom show up last week at Pahokee Marina. Not to that same intensity. It didn't cake up. It wasn't caked up on the top, but you could see it in the water kind of moving its way through. So we are working with local city. We did work to help them, fish themselves and treat their algae themselves. I think it's still a work in progress. But we do have a pump out there to try to move it and circulate it so it doesn't cake up and get, really potent, if you will. But the algae's there. We did one treatment last week. The city did a treatment. But at this time, we're just using a circulator to try to move it through. But we are seeing algae in the marina, and that is where you see it first when it comes to lake algae. So that's why Lawrence is trying to tell us, it's coming. It's coming. So.
And one just last request. Mm-hmm. You know how you send out those, it comes from the Army Corps, but still, the district can do a better job at sending things out daily on their social media works. So once a day, as a board member, I get that lake level thing, and it has more information. It's like the history and how much is between yesterday and today, or what, different things on it. So like people like my brother can line it all up, and I'm just looking at what is the level of the lake. Mm-hmm. But I really think it would be helpful. I always remember when years ago I would go to Clewiston, and like their bank had the lake level going across it, because it's so, like in electronics, the old-fashioned banks, it would say the lake level because it's so important to that town, and the truth of the matter is it's important to all of us everywhere. And I think it would be helpful if the South Florida Water Management District got in the habit of not just sending the lake levels to their board members, but putting it in your social media post so everybody's thinking about that all the time, because we're all affected by the lake level. It's not, it's all of us. And it doesn't have to be that complicated one, but, not every few days, not once a week, but just every day. The lake level comes out, so people become educated on how important that is, and so also they're not surprised when they're like, oh my gosh, a hurricane's coming and they're dumping. Why are they dumping? They're dumping because the lake went to 14 and now we've got 3 feet on top of the lake, like he's alluding to, and you're going to dump. So let the people be enculturated into what this district is doing and how important it is. And yes, we are totally connected at the hip with the Army Corps, but we can send the information out better. People have to go to their website. Do you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Yours, the districts, because Sean's done such a great job with it, you know, it's out there. People are seeing it and people are sharing and all of that.
Right.
Just an idea, because I'm worried about this summer. I'm
should be.
worried. We could get a hurricane. We could be
Yep.
dumped on when there's algae in the lake. You know, you have to be honest and say these things could happen. We don't want them to happen, and we're going to do everything we can to not make it happen. But we need to know what's going on. This is the world we live in. You know.
Hopefully you do. I know it's on the very front of our webpage. You know, if you open our webpage, it's there. There's a daily email that
It
goes
is
out.
on the webpage.
Yeah.
Most people don't go to the webpage.
No, I
I'm
don't
sorry,
know.
I'm not trying to be mean, but you know, social media, it circulates every day.
So what I would suggest, I mean, and you know, we crafted last year a daily LACO email that's not only lake level, but also algae condition, water quality condition. And so we can suggest that people get signed up for that if they're not, so they can get that daily email. Hey, it even comes on Saturday and Sunday, right? But it has everything you want to know about Lake Okeechobee because of the experience we had 2 years ago when the lake bloomed, right? We wanted to get all the information to everybody, City of West Palm Beach, you know, whoever needs it. So you
Thank
can get,
That's great.
yeah, you can get a lot, but getting that daily email, I use it all the time. But yeah, that's a good one to do as well.
Any other questions or comments? Great, thanks, Mark. We'll go down to staff reports. Ms. Smith, pinch hitting for Ms. Heater.
Good afternoon, Chair and Governing Board members. The monthly financial report in your packet is through the month of March 2023. As far as some revenue highlights, we've collected a total of $521.2 million in revenue through the month of March. We collected $54 million during the month of March, which is $21 million more than what we collected in February. And of that $21 million, $10 million is from ad valorem. We've collected a total of $285 million in taxes out of the $306 million budgeted revenue, which is a collection rate of 92.9%, which is on target for where we should be at this time of year. So basically, we're on track for our revenue collections. Our investment earnings and our portfolio earnings continue to do much better this year in comparison to last year. On the expenditure side, we've expended $71 million in the month of March, highlighting that there's $36 million in restoration and $25 million in O&M. To date, we've expended $405 million in obligated funds in the amount of $1.2 billion for services, including construction contracts, commodities, grant awards, et cetera. So we have expended and obligated 78% of the budget. This month, I also bring you the Lake Belt Mitigation Committee annual report. So if you'll recall, this is for 2022. Section 373.414 of Florida statute states that the interagency committee established in this section shall annually prepare and submit to the governing board of the South Florida Water Management District a report evaluating the mitigation costs and revenues generated by the mitigation fee. I'm going to just jump to some highlights and a summary for that. Summary of that report, the revenues, the available balance in the Lake Belt Mitigation Trust Fund as of December 31st, 2021 was $28,372,185. During 2022, $2,099,801 were transferred to the trust fund from the Florida Department of Revenue. $3,813,935 was lost, paper loss, as trust fund investment income, and $605 was earned as interest in the escrow account. On the expenditures and committed funds for projects approved by the committee during 2022, approved expenditures from the trust fund were $7,231,658. The net of revenues to committed funds on December 31st, 2022 in the trust fund was $19,426,393. Details may be found in Appendix B and C. And then as far as some approved committee activities, the Abiaki Prairie Restoration Project in the C-139 Basin the Pensuco wetland land acquisitions, those both, which were, which there were none in 2022. Lake Belt water quality monitoring was $217,000. O&M costs for the Dade and Broward levee structures was $14,000. Sorry if there was some confusion there. That's all I've got for you.
Any questions or comments? Thanks, Jen.
Awesome.
Ms. Fincher with the General Counsel's report.
I don't have a report for you today, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Fincher. We'll go to public comment. Rosie, is there any general public comment?
We have 3, Mr. Chairman. We're going to start with Captain Chris Whitman, followed by Dan DeLisi, and then Michelle Palermo.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Governing Board and staff. Thank you for visiting Southwest Florida. Wanted to comment and give you guys thanks for the acquisition of the Green Heart of the Everglades property. It's a critical piece of property that had an unknown future that lies between two very important preserve areas. And so I think it's a great investment, and also really want to thank you for the attention and consideration to the impact of the airboat tour community out of Everglades City, not just for the economic impact that those businesses have, but also the role they play in getting people to experience a little piece of the Everglades and giving them a connection and building support of why Everglades restoration is so important. And I think that that's a great investment, and we're very, very happy to see it happen, especially with the mineral rights. So thank you for doing that. Would like to thank the board and the staff for all of your continued amazing work, expediting Everglades restoration at unprecedented pace. It's a great time to be involved in Everglades restoration. We're really, really proud of the work that all of you are doing. On another note, also about the comment about the bass fishery that Ben made in Lake Okeechobee and those bags, I had a number of friends that fished that tournament, and I think it's also important to note that the bulk of that field, 90+% of that field, was concentrated in a 3 to 4 square mile area where there was hydrilla and clean water and sand bottom. So of a 730 square mile lake, you had people, that whole field, fishing in 4 square miles. Lastly, I just wanted to introduce you to my friend Bannon here. Bannon is 10 years old. His dad is a fishing guide, and Bannon has been fishing the Everglades his whole life. And so he is traveling around the state and interviewing different people about Everglades restoration and learning about how he can help with that. So he's following me around today, and just wanted to introduce you all to him, and thank you again for the opportunity.
Thank you, Captain Whitman. Dan DeLisi?
Thank you. Just wanted to take a moment at the end of the meeting to thank you all for coming to Collier County. If I remember correctly, it has been 10 years now since you've last been to Collier County. 2013 was the last governing board meeting here. I think that's correct. But wanted to note a couple things just on reflection of how this meeting went. I just have tremendous respect for you, Ms. Roman. You really have elevated the role of a Big Cypress Basin Chair to a different level, just in terms of the passion, but also the hard work and dedication. So that's, I could say that as a former Big Cypress Basin Chair, that I'm envious and I have a tremendous amount of respect. But I also do want to reflect on something else. It's been a little over 10 years now that Lisa Keeler has been the director of the Big Cypress Basin. And it's impossible for you all to truly appreciate the difference it could have been were she not the director. I mean, I remember the days before Lisa, and I see now how things are after Lisa has been here and made an impact for the last decade. So you have a gem there, and I sincerely hope you all appreciate that and see it for what it is, a truly excellent person in that role. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. DeLisi. Michelle Palermo?
Good afternoon. On behalf of the Conservancy of Southwest Florida, I just want to thank you for your partnership, for all the work that you do, most especially in Everglades restoration. But thank you so much for coming to Southwest Florida, and thank you very much for hosting your events here today. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Palermo. Mr. Chairman, I have no more public comment cards.
Great. We'll go to a board comment to close up. Ms. Meads?
Thank you so much for having us here today. We've had a great time. It's my first time in Naples. I'm coming back next week. And to our staff, thank you again for making hard things look easy. I know that when you take us to places like this, that you work very hard, and it looks so easy, but I know it isn't. Thank you so much.
Thanks. Colonel Roman?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your comments, Dan. Really appreciate that, because that's certainly true that Lisa Keeler and her team are definitely dedicated to this community in the Big Cypress Basin, and they do a tremendous job day in and day out. You know, when I'm tromping around with the scientists over at the Loxahatchee National Wildlife Refuge, the basin is running as smooth as can be, and I can be out in the field understanding more about what the district does district-wide, and get an appreciation for some of our other key projects for Everglades restoration that my fellow governing board members keep an eye on. So that certainly goes without saying. And they were instrumental also in partnering with our district staff, and Rosie and her team, and everyone that just is involved with taking one of these meetings on the road. I mean, poor Yvette was out on the Picayune Strand trying to herd like 20 people, keep them on time. And she came up to me, and she's just dripping with sweat in her hard hat. I mean, you just would have to imagine that picture. And bless her heart, she just kept staying on task and motivated and getting everybody in their cars so they could get back to the hotel. And that kind of spirit is something that you can't just require somebody to do. That's because they really love what they do in their job. And we've got one at the basin that was involved, Erin Connor. Same thing. She's so dedicated and would do anything. And that what comes from you, Drew, and your leadership of this staff and this team to get them to go above and beyond, because I saw that all week this week and prior to that in the planning. So really appreciate all of that. To the Conservancy and all of our partners, thanks for having us. I mean, this is a big deal, and it takes a lot of time for them too to work through all this. And I'm sure their email is just filling up as they're in here or taking care of things. So that was just great that we could host this meeting in a central location where everybody could get to easily. And we're right in the heart here, where the southern folks can get here, the northern folks can get here, anybody who wanted to come could get here. And I think another thanks is due to Jackie. Jackie, you surprised me today. I had no thought of getting this purple jacket, and it wasn't even on the horizon in my thought process. And I saw her at breakfast, and I didn't pick up any vibes or indication. So you pulled one on me, and I am certainly honored to carry on in the tradition of the purple jacket with the governing board, and thank you for this honor, because it truly means a lot. One thing that I do want to highlight for the board in closing is the fact that today we approved in our consent agenda a mowing contract. And I wanted to highlight the fact that the Big Cypress Basin is still working in partnership with the Naples Botanical Garden at Freedom Park with testing various ground covers that might work for us to replace our turf and eliminate mowing costs, hopefully, because they won't have to be mowed where it's appropriate. So I just wanted to let you know that is still going on. If you are staying, like I know, I think Cheryl had indicated she may stay another day and go to Freedom Park, you might want to take a look at that demonstration project along the canal bank there. So I thank you, and thank you for everything today. I really appreciate it.
Thanks, Carolyn. Mr. Olovich?
Thank you to the Conservancy for having us here. My favorite part was seeing the indigo snake that's in the room around the corner. When I was a young girl growing up in Stewart, there were many indigo snakes that were in the empty lots that my brothers and sisters and I would find. We even had one as a pet, which you're not allowed to do anymore. But we were nice to it. We let it go after a few days. But the bottom line is, you know, it's one of those things that just, I guess it's a long time ago, but 55 years ago, those snakes were common in southeast Florida, in Martin County, and now you wouldn't find one unless you went out west. So, you know, thank you for keeping these things of treasure for all of us, and I am always envious when I come over to Southwest Florida, because you all just have so much. You've saved so much that we have not completely on the East Coast. And I mean, Fakahatchee, Big Cypress, Corkscrew Swamp, Big Cypress, I mean, and now the addition of the Green Swamp, I mean, you have it all here. And this is a very, very, very special place. And thank you for having us. Picayune Strand was unbelievable. And I'd been there once before, but yesterday I felt like I got a whole new inside scoop. On the way back, Rory Feeney took a shortcut through the park. And I mean, it was unbelievable. We were like, I'm like, oh my gosh, we're like in the middle of this sacred place and all the trees. And I kept thinking I'd see a panther. I didn't see one. So I'm going to come back to see a panther. And really, this is one of the most beautiful places in the world. And thank you for protecting it.
Thanks, Mr. Olovich. Mr. Bergeron.
I want to thank the Colonel and congratulate you for the purple jacket. Well deserved. And thank you so much for you're like a role model over here for all these people. And it's an honor for me to be here. I love the West Coast. As I had said earlier, you know, I've been coming over here for a long time. And want to thank our staff. You know, you such a responsibility that you do to make this South Florida in the journey of water and quality of life. It's what an obligation, and boy, we are so blessed up here as board members to have such a dedicated staff. And I want to thank all the stakeholders. That's so interesting how passionate so many different organizations that are a part of all of this, you know, like all about we, right, Mr. Chairman? Yeah, and but it's a great honor for me and a great honor to sit with this board. I want to thank Southwest Conservancy. You know, I've never been here, but boy, am I impressed with the education. Went into their museum today and learned a lot about what they're doing. And so God bless everybody. The American dream is still alive, and be safe.
Thanks, Mr. Bergeron. Mr. Butler.
Just final closing comment again. Thank you to Conservancy of Southwest Florida. And a couple things. You know, you got to be able to poke fun at things every now and then, even on serious subjects such as Lake Okeechobee water levels. But you know, last month we were on a decent trajectory on the lake. Mitnick goes on vacation for a couple weeks, and here we are this month. So Drew, Mitnick can't go on vacation again. So, but no, and then Miss Lisa, Colonel Roman, all the sable palms out there in Picayune. Miss Lisa, get some of the field guys to go out there, cut some boots, send them up with Charlotte for the next meeting, and we'll find somebody to cook some swamp cabbage up there.
That's great, Ben. Thanks for support for that idea. Now we'll have to have staff hear that again.
Thanks, Mr. Butler. Good luck with that. Before I say thank you, I want to talk to you all about something that we haven't talked about. We've been here 4 years now, and in that time, we have not adjusted the compensation for our direct reports. So I would like, there is money available. Tallahassee did pass bills that made money available for that. I'd like to start exploring that with appropriate staff, if you all are okay with that. That's our direct reports. We have 2.
Okay, all the direct report employees.
Direct report employees, correct. You okay with that? Great, thank you. So now I'll work to the thank you parts. I don't know where to start, but Charlotte, thank you for being such an incredible hostess. And thanks to Conservancy of Southwest Florida, thanks to the BCB staff. Lisa, your staff's fantastic. I've known that for a long time, but I was getting driven around last night, and they were trying not to let me know that they were being really nice by driving me around and I knew they were way out of their way, and I knew they wanted to go home, and no one said anything about, hey, it's way after 5 o'clock, or, you know, I got to punch out. There was none of that talk, so I really appreciate the fact that everyone goes above and beyond and does what they have to do, and I appreciate the chauffeuring. We want to thank my chauffeur, Paul Seifert, Shantae Pickard, and the staff at the Conservancy, and from the Big Cypress Basin Field Station, Mike Barber and Dre Touche, whose name I could say all day. It doesn't rhyme, sort of, but I love that name. And those guys are great smiles, great work ethic. I can't thank them enough for helping us out. And then all of our staff, Rosie and Vet and Molly and everyone else, and I'm going to forget, but you guys have done a great job, so thanks for that. We're back in Palm Beach next month. Come see us, and this meeting's adjourned.